The agenda is a little different today, so we will be in public and PX throughout the day, but I will talk you through what tabs that we are on. But first up this morning we have Office of the Auditor General, so welcome back a familiar face in Derek and Greg. So I'll hand over to you. Derek, I think you know the routine here. The right hand button will turn your mic on.
So that's on? Great.
Wonderful.
I was a little bit confused by the red light, normally means stop, but in this case it means go. Kia ora tātou, thank you very much for the invitation to come here today to talk about the Office of the Auditor General and the services offered by Audit New Zealand. The items that we're going to be talking about, and assuming that we've got time for everything, because it's a slightly shorter session than we have normally built this presentation around, but we'll try and work through it all. We'll talk about the first of all about the Auditor General and the functions and the purpose and the services he offers. We'll talk about the role and value of the audit. We'll talk about audit and risk committees. If we have time, we'll go through some of the work we've been doing on developing an integrity framework, and then Derek will talk about sensitive expenditure at the end. So first, I'll just talk a bit about what and who is the Auditor General. So the Auditor General is an officer of Parliament, so established by statute, the Public Audit Act. The Auditor General is independent under that legislation. So he's not unique in the public sector, but it's fairly rare. There aren't many. The Ombudsman is another example that has independence. So what it means is that the Auditor General is free to form an opinion and present and publish that opinion without fear or favour and without interference from ministers, from MPs, from in fact anyone really in the system. He can't be directed to look into particular matters, and he can't be directed to not look into particular matters. And that independence goes all the way through the executive government and also to Parliament as well. So established by Parliament, reports to Parliament. He's boss, he's the Speaker, but has independence around the work that he or she does. And what that means is that the purpose of that is so that he can give an unvarnished and unconstrained perspective on the performance and the integrity and the accountability of the public sector. So that goes all the way through from departments, all the Crown entities, all local authorities, every entity termed a public entity, and there's about 3,500 of them if you include schools, are audited by the Auditor General. So the purpose is to audit all those entities. The purpose of doing that, if we reflect back on the first slide, from our perspective, is it's improving trust, so ensuring that the public can have confidence that the services that are provided as reported are provided as reported, and that money and resources are used in an appropriate way and without waste. So the main functions of the Auditor General are the annual audit. Derek is your auditor. You're familiar with Derek, and that's probably about 90% of the work that the Auditor General is responsible for. For local authorities, of course, you're aware long-term plans as well are audited. So that's once every 3 years, and that's the only forward-looking audit that the Auditor General does. There's other work as well that you may be not so familiar with. Performance audits are more of a deep dive into a particular line of services or particular activity. For example, at the moment we're looking into how certain local authorities provide services for disabled communities. And for an example, Ashburton District Council is one council that's included in that lot. So we work with the people that we're doing those audits on, and we also talk to other communities and we get perspectives from outside. We also do inquiries. So an inquiry is another deep dive tends to be more where there's a potential reason to think that things may have not gone according to plan or according to best practice. And as the Auditor General can be asked by anyone to conduct an inquiry. So we are sometimes asked by ministers, sometimes by MPs, sometimes by members of the public. The independence is still important there. The Auditor General decides whether or not to do it. Having decided, launches the inquiry. Probably the most recent one that you may be familiar with is the Chatham Islands look into procurement there. And so there was an unusual inquiry in that did present questions around integrity in the way that information was handled and presented to us. So there were some key things came out of that I think really did strike at the core of what the Auditor General's purpose is. And be happy to talk about anything along those lines. Finally, I think for local authorities, there is our role in relation to conflicts of interest, and particularly for financial conflicts of interest. In the Local Authorities Members' Interest Act, the Auditor General has a role in making decisions in relation to financial interests. And we would be happy to come back at a later date and talk to you about how that operates from our perspective, so or about anything that we're talking about today. So now, if we can, I've said what the Auditor General is, and Auditor General is what he does. I'd just like to play a quick message from Grant Taylor, who's the current Auditor General. He's been in place since July last year, and hopefully we can. Grant can't be here today, but he does have a message for you, and we've got Derek at the helm making this work, and this will be, and if we can't get there, then we'll just move through to the next thing. Technology is not always our friend. Oh, here we go. So everyone can see this on the screen?
Kia ora tātou. My name's Grant Taylor. I'm the Auditor General for New Zealand. First of all, it's my privilege to congratulate you on your successful election campaign. Congratulations. Local government plays a critical role in ensuring successful delivery of public services to New Zealand communities throughout the motu. Your role as governors of these local councils is a key part of ensuring resources are deployed to those issues that matter for your communities. So congratulations again. You'll be working with my team throughout the audit and various other interactions we play with your council, so we look forward to those interactions. I thought I'd take the opportunity to share with you the 4 priorities I have for my term as Auditor General. First of all, modernisation of our audit practice to make sure the way in which we're delivering our core audit services is a contemporaneous approach. Secondly, value for money. We will be working with your council to ensure that we're able to help you answer value for money questions for your community. Thirdly, performance reporting, a topic well canvassed across most public entities. We're currently in the middle of a select committee inquiry at Parliament, which will have some natural flow-on consequences for the way in which councils report their performance to communities. And finally, an enduring focus on how public services are delivered to underserved communities, Māori, disabled communities and other cohorts. I really look forward to working and engaging with you all throughout my term. Ka pai.
Thanks, Grant. I should probably just have a quick word about my role. So, as sector manager, I'm based in Wellington. I'm an interface, potentially between Derek as your auditor and you and the Auditor General. So, someone in Wellington who's close to where some of those decisions are made, who can help to liaise, provide a connection through to the Auditor General. If there are ever any questions or tensions that arise through the process, that's helpful to have someone else who can step in and work, with Derek and with you around those things as well. So that's something I'm available for any of you and for all of the council staff if there's any need to get any perspective on how the standards are applied or how or how any of the work that we're doing, such as performance audits and inquiries, are going as well. So I'll be leaving my details with the council staff. They can be provided to you. I think I'll pass to Derek to talk about the role and value of the audit.
Kia ora koutou. Morning, everyone. Again, nice to see everyone. Last time we met was end of last year when we signed the annual audit. We've already engaged with management for this year, so starting that process all over again. So you might be asking, so what is the value and the role of audit? And it's quite simple. The value of audit is the audit itself. We express an opinion to ensure that the information that is providing to you as councillors, that the integrity of that information is appropriate, because you use that information to make significant decisions on a daily basis. So what do we audit? Your audit is an independent health check that gives Parliament, ratepayers and councillors and elected members the assurance that the financial and the performance information is accurate and complete, and is materially correct so that there's no errors. So what does that mean? We use this concept of materiality. So it is to say that we set a certain threshold when we look at transactions in your financial systems and your performance information. So an audit is not whereby we look at every transaction. We only look at transactions above a threshold that we set based on certain criteria. So an audit is not looking at each and every transaction. So we don't give absolute or 100% assurance that everything is correct and appropriate. We apply that concept of materiality when we do look at information and what would be critical for the users of that information to make appropriate decisions. So what do we audit? We audit your financial statements, we audit your statement of service performance, and as Greg said, we also audit your long-term plan. What do we not audit? We don't audit your annual plan, and we don't audit every transaction, as I've said. There are also certain responsibilities of those involved in an audit. So I've got a certain responsibility as your auditor. You as governors have certain responsibilities, and then also management have certain responsibilities. But through these respective responsibilities, I want to be seen as your critical friend. And it's probably a funny concept being your auditor, having you as a critical friend. But at the same time, I am also a ratepayer and a taxpayer. So I also want to ensure that the information that you use to make critical decisions are appropriate and correct, and that you make best use of that information when making decisions. So as I said, governors have the responsibility to expect and receive assurances about their council's internal controls as well. So these internal controls must be checked on a regular basis. So as part of our process, we look at your internal controls within the organization, because you rely on those internal controls to function effectively, to produce the information that you are using to make those decisions on. Then in terms of the joint responsibilities that we have, so as executive leadership, you have the responsibility to look beyond the audit opinion. So yes, we issue an audit opinion every year, might be a one-pager, and you think, what is the value of this one page? But it's actually looking beyond that audit opinion, because coupled with the audit opinion, we also issue a report to those charged with governance, and we issue a management report that makes valuable recommendations on issues and risks that we do find during the audit process. So look beyond the audit opinion and see what other recommendations are made, and to what extent those recommendations can lead to continuous improvement within your council. And how are these key issues being addressed by those staff operating within your council? My responsibility as your auditor is to deliver an efficient audit, but also to communicate early and throughout the audit process. And I think we all want a no surprises approach. We don't like something being sprung on us at the last minute. So I implement a process whereby I communicate frequently with those, with management throughout the audit process. On a weekly basis, we discuss critical issues that we've found, how the audit is progressing, actual versus budget, tracking that as well. So yeah, a key point for us is to communicate early and often with management. And we found that really helps the audit progress throughout the year. Then from management's perspective, what we expect from them is to have the information prepared and available as we requested for the audit engagement. We've implemented a audit portal which we call audit dashboard, whereby management has the opportunity to upload information whenever that information is available. So it's not time bound. They can do it as and when they have capacity, and that also then just facilitates the whole process in terms of ensuring that information is readily available when we come on site at the end of the year for your audit. Also, what I would like to say is that we are implementing or trying initiatives in terms of bringing work forward, whereby we are trying to break the big audit into smaller chunks and come throughout the year to look at information that is available at that specific point in time, so that it relieves the pressure come September, October, because we know it's always quite a rush to the deadline, the legislative deadline of the end of October, getting the annual report signed. So trying to bring work forward relieves that pressure at the end of the year. But it's critical that management is prepared and have that information when it is requested, so that we can have a look at it. I'll also take any questions before we move on to the next portion, which Greg will go into again.
Thanks, Greg and Derek. First up, I've got John.
Yep. Look, thank you. Issues have been identified in regard to uncharged water rates and unrecorded financial provision for infrastructure projects proceeding, which the audit appears not to have addressed. So my question is, one, how does the Office of the Auditor General define and apply materiality thresholds in the local government context like the Selwyn District Council, particularly where we have large infrastructure heavy balance sheets?
Thank you, Councillor. So we have certain different thresholds of materiality that we do apply. The auditing standards specify certain criteria that we can use in applying materiality. So often we use a financial metrics. So either your total expenditure or the total value of your assets or total revenue in a local government context. Seeing that your assets are disproportionate to your income statement and your expenditure and your revenue, we often apply different materialities to different line items within your financial statements. Because your assets are so disproportionately large to the rest of your balance sheet, we do apply a higher threshold to those assets and a lower threshold to items within your financial statements. Then also, when we look at performance information, we also have a set of criteria that we apply to your performance measures. Often that would either be a 5% or an 8% deviation of the norm that would be regarded as materially wrong or misstated. Within those bounds, we do accept a certain level of misstatement. Also, there's a concept of trivial threshold, which is 5% of materiality, whereby any amount less than that threshold does not be regarded as an error. Yes, so we've got certain levels of financial materialities that we apply throughout the audit process. And as I said, we don't look at every transaction. So there might be instances where we don't pick up something in a specific year, and we have engagements with management, with yourselves, to identify the appropriate risks, because we do follow a risk-based audit approach, and wanting to ensure that we address the specific risks within your council as part of our audit process.
Yep, thank you. And I suppose I've got no issue with the technicality, but it just seems to me a little bit tautological that if you're measuring what your criteria are, if the criteria aren't relevant, then maybe the outcome of the measurement's not going to be relevant. So that leads to my final question. How does the Office of the Auditor General balance compliance requirements with the practical standing of operational reality in the Selwyn District Council? Because as I said earlier, that I'm just at a loss to see why the unrecorded financial provision for infrastructure projects wasn't picked up in the audit.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it is for us to ensure that we look at the right risks. You know, so there might be instances where that has been missed in the past, and if it comes up as a risk, then by it being missed and it's relevant to the audit and yourselves, it will be included in following years as part of addressing that risk and making sure that it doesn't occur again.
Yeah, and as Derek said, you know, we have to take a risk-based approach. You know, if we didn't, then the audit would balloon and be all-consuming, and you know, so there have to be some limits and constraints on what we look at and how deeply we go into things. But I think it's, if there are areas of concern that you can bring to the auditor, then yeah, then that's something that can then be looked into.
Thank you. Elizabeth.
Yes, thank you. You were talking a wee bit about a no surprises approach and working with the staff. I just wanted to know, do you, however, do spot checks so that you are spontaneously looking at different transactions and giving the ability to evaluate the thoroughness of the organisation?
Yes, that is built into our audit process, whereby we do look at different things at different times of the year. We also do random sampling as part of our audit approach when we select samples. So they are purely random and not pre-selected. So that is definitely because you've got also a risk of fraud that needs to be managed. So in addressing that risk, we do build in a certain level of unpredictability in our approach.
Okay. I also wanted to just ask around performance reporting. What does that mean to you? Because it might mean slightly something different to us.
So as part of your annual report, you produce a set of statement of service performance. So you've got certain performance measures that you are reporting against within your annual report. Those performance measures are also within your long-term plan and your annual plan, legislatively, which you need to report against. Specifically when one looks at your roading assets, your water assets, and other key areas within council and your different divisions and business units. So those are the performance measures that we then select as being material that we need to report against.
Great, thank you.
I mean, and more broadly, of course, in the annual report, there's the narrative about what was achieved, which we've been looking at recently in the Office of the Auditor General, the extent to which organisations report what went well as what didn't go quite so well, and we find generally there's much less emphasis on the latter, which is understandable. But we're trying to encourage organisations to be more kind of open and transparent about the fact that some things actually didn't go the way that we wanted them to. So it may not be in relation to certain performance measures, but it may be in relation to certain objectives that weren't achieved. And in our view, it's really helpful and important for communities that you serve to understand where those things are happening. At kind of, from our perspective, that actually helps to improve trust. Rather than diminish it, because it generates a sense that you're being open with people about the stuff that you need to work a little bit harder on, or maybe put more focus onto. So we've just recently on our website, there's a one-pager about that, which you might find interesting.
Thank you. Aaron.
Thanks. I guess just building on sort of the flip side of what John was talking about. So if we happen to self-discover some errors and omissions subsequent to the audit, is there any threshold whereby we have to declare that to you guys, and any sort of follow-up process that might lead on from that?
Yes, I mean, if management becomes aware of certain issues, it does or needs to be brought to our attention. And again, collectively, we can assess that whether that would lead to, in financial terms, a material prior period error, whereby a correction to your annual report is required, or whether it doesn't meet the criteria for a material prior period error and it can be corrected within the current financial year.
Great, thank you.
Samuel.
With no judicial power and no direct enforcement, what is the next step when something's discovered?
I mean, so from the perspective of the Auditor General, I mean, you're right. There's the power that the Auditor General has is only to report. So it's to bring it out in the open and make it known to the world as to what's happened, and you know that's often quite a powerful incentive for things to change. So you don't necessarily have to bring a form of what, for want of a better word, punishment directly to motivate change. Bring them out into the spotlight, making them public is a powerful incentive in most cases, we find. So yeah, that
More bark than bite.
it is. The Auditor General, I hope he won't mind me saying this, is a barker. But yeah, if you do make noise, if you're empowered to speak independently without fear or favour, and people do pay attention to what you say, then yeah, as I say, that can be a powerful incentive for people to actually make change.
Cool. And another point, I can't seem to find it now, but I was of the understanding that the limitations on transactions that you guys review is 25,000 or less.
That's right.
So effectively, if somebody was to defraud this organisation in $24,995 increments, it wouldn't be discovered.
So I shouldn't probably get in. You're talking about the limitation in the Local Authority Members' Interest Act. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I'm not a lawyer, so I won't sort of go into that. Other than to say that the general rules around managing conflicts of interest still apply. So the limit applies to the point at which the Auditor General has to, applications need to be made to the Auditor General for approval to proceed. But that doesn't remove an obligation on members to act in accordance with the requirements of the law. But we'd be really happy to have our legal team come and talk to you about that in more detail if that would be helpful, or of course talk to your legal representatives here.
Because that figure's interesting because it also pops up in conflict of interest too, doesn't it?
That 25,000 limit, that's cumulative. So if there were two lots of 24,995, then that would go over the limit. So.
Okay. Cool. Awesome.
Cool.
Thank you.
Cheers.
I note that we have another 15 minutes, and that you are back in. We'll have a time slot for you in April as well, 22nd to return, and I'll go for Denise for a question, and then I wonder if you push on with your presentation of the pertinent things that we need to know, and then we can, any questions that people have after this, I can collate and send on to you for April as well. That would be quite relevant to us.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'm happy to we can filter and limit the slides accordingly to the amount of time that we've got.
Thank you.
So I won't push you over time.
Cool. Denise.
Yeah, just want to ask, if a council does have an issue that is accepted as a material issue, and you've done that, sort of what happens with the process from there, and is it made public that you're investigating, or is that not until you've finished the investigation?
So if the Auditor General decides to open an inquiry into a particular sort of, say, a set of procurements or something, then he always, certainly up to this point, declares that he's doing that inquiry. So the fact that the inquiry is public, and from that point on, he says nothing about what's happening with the inquiry until he publishes. So the fact that it's happening in public, the publication is the next point that he says anything about that, other than, when members of the media ask us, we repeat that line. There's natural justice involved. We talk to people that are affected. We give them the opportunity to reflect on draft findings when made, correct any errors, and so on. And then after that process, you've gone through these publication. So from here, we've probably got time to talk about audit and risk committees and sensitive expenditure. I think that was something that people were interested in. So audit. Let me back up a little bit. Derek talked about some of the things that really reflect on the improver function of the audit process. So helping the organisation to basically do better. Audit and risk committees are institutions or artefacts that we think are particularly helpful for any organisation, and especially for local authorities, to ensure that improvement is ongoing and continuous. We, as governors, we think that the Audit and Risk Committee, I understand that you have an Audit and Risk Committee with an independent chair, which we recommend as being best practice. So it's good to see that that's in place. But it's also, we just like to keep on encouraging the use and the good operation of audit and risk committees. So if we just move on to the next slide, the audit, we put the word audit first, but it's probably mainly about risk. We often think of them really more as kind of like risk and assurance committees. So how does the council know that it's managing its risks well, and how does it gain assurance that it has the systems and processes in place to make that happen? So just thought maybe if I could throw this open, just what do people think of as risk when you're sitting around the table? What do you think of as risk? And there's no kind of, this isn't a test, not a wrong or right answer here. I think people probably will generally come around to the same sort of idea, but just how do you think of risk? Any takers on that one? Uncontrollables. Yep. Reputation. So something that could affect your reputation. Yeah, I mean, and all of those elements of risk, and that third one did kind of, I guess, get at the core of it's something being perhaps an unforeseen event, uncontrollable, that will stop you from achieving your obligations, stop you from achieving your objectives, and potentially harm your reputation. So that's, I think, in a nutshell, the way we view risk as well. We're in a private session here, and this is sort of Chatham House rules. What do people think? What are the key risks that you're facing at the moment? What are the ones that keep you awake at night?
Yeah, affordability.
Right.
So just so you're aware, we're in a public session.
Ah.
Yeah, this is
All right,
live
then.
streamed, and so Chatham House rules.
Yep. No, that's fine.
Is pretty open in this room when we're live streamed, but I think everyone's really open about this anyway. And so, I think for us at the moment, it's been a really complex operating environment for us with the transfer of water, and there's things that have flagged for us as an organisation through that, and I think financial risk is a big thing for us at the moment, and organisational with change. Yeah. So from that perspective, having a dedicated group that you can call on with an independent presence on it. Maybe if we just kind of move on, what gives you some assurance that you know that these things are being considered in a very focused way. What makes an effective committee? One, independence. You already have that, and it just means that you have someone there at the table that isn't already got responsibility for some of these decisions that have been made, and they can ask the questions that might otherwise be difficult and challenging for people to ask at the table. Clarity of purpose, being clear about what you're expecting of that committee,
Is it there as advisory? What exactly is it covering? So ensuring that there's a terms of reference there. Competence, making sure that you've got people at the table that have the right sort of competence, and you would almost certainly want some sort of financial expertise there, but you also need to think about what are the other areas of the things that are of concern to your community that you would want to have reflected there, so that those risks are covered, and that everyone can talk to each other around the table, and also outside of that committee as well, so that there are open and effective relationships there in place. And moving on to the focus of committees, so essentially, and this is kind of getting back to a lot of the work that Derek would be focused on in the audit, a lot of what you do is around ensuring that there are good and effective controls in place. So you can't look at everything. You can't look deeply into every single risk, the purpose being to make sure that you have confidence that there are appropriate systems and controls that helping to inform the council of what are the key risks that need to be managed and what are some approaches to doing that. Having oversight of the assurance being provided both through internal audit, if you have that in place, or other sources of assurance, and driving that program. Having effective oversight of the reporting that Derek was talking about, so both financial and the non-financial, and the relationship with the external audit is really key. Having clear, open communications, conversations with the auditor, and listening to the auditor's perspective, and potentially providing some challenge back as required. So these are all so once again, it's an ongoing kind of mantra, I suppose, of the Auditor General, that these committees are incredibly important from our perspective, and we encourage councils to keep using them, and keep driving them to deliver. So I will probably at this point just hand straight through to Derek to talk about sensitive expenditure, unless there are any questions on audit and risk committees.
Look, I think we've got a really good audit and risk committee.
Yeah, great to hear.
Reference, they've got an audit program, they're independent. It's it's good.
Thank you, Greg. So moving on to sensitive expenditure. So what is sensitive expenditure? I think before we look at sensitive expenditure, if we just step back a step, and we know that all public organizations, the money that they deal with is public funds. So all expenditure that is being incurred is public expenditure. But one places a magnifying glass on sensitive expenditure specifically. So it's looking at expenditure that's being incurred by staff, whereby it is perceived that they will have a private benefit over and above the organizational benefit that they receive. And if one looks at sensitive expenditure, it's often around travel or entertainment. So those are types of expenditure. And again, if one thinks about this materiality threshold and concept that we spoke about earlier, yes, we might have a quantitative materiality, but when one looks at sensitive expenditure, it's a lot more a qualitative threshold that gets applied, because the amounts we speak about is a lot smaller, but it's all about behavior. And when one looks at sensitive expenditure, it's the behavior that's set and the tone at the top that then filters down throughout the organization. Because often when you think about travel expenditure in the public sector context, it often gets into the media that those civil servants went on a private junket when they travel abroad or for courses and the like. So there is a big focus on sensitive expenditure. It often reaches the media, and again, it poses a reputational risk if sensitive expenditure isn't managed appropriately within organizations. And what we see is that, or luckily, there's a move away from a rules-based approach when one considers sensitive expenditure, much more to a principles-based approach. and there are certain principles that one applies when looking at sensitive expenditure. But again, with this principles-based approach, it isn't one where it's a hands-off approach. You still need processes and controls in place to manage that appropriately. Principles-based approach is a lot more flexible, enduring, and practical, a lot more practical to administer. I would urge you also to look at the guidance that the OAG has published that is available on their website. I do make that available to management as well as part of the audit process. And when one looks at, when we look at your policies on an annual basis, we do ensure that your policy complies with best practice when one looks at sensitive expenditure. So maybe just touching on what those principles are in terms of a principles-based approach. Firstly, when one spends, it must have a justifiable business purpose that is consistent with council's objectives. So what this means is that you must have a reason that makes sense and that is supported by evidence. You should also make decisions with integrity. So it's critical when one applies a critical lens over sensitive expenditure. It must be consistently applied in all circumstances, that there is a proper business case for that expenditure being incurred and appropriately approved by the right level of authority. So there's certain delegations within your organization, and those sensitive expenditure needs to be approved at the right level. It also probably speaks to this $25,000 threshold and conflicts of interest that also feeds into this sensitive expenditure. Transparency is another consideration. You are open about the spending. Does your community know what is happening and why? And are you willing to explain when it is being reviewed? Yes, so, and as part of our audit process, we also consider sensitive expenditure on an annual basis. We do focus on that because it is so much around behavior and seeing that the tone is being set from the top.
Derek, you might be pleased to know that we're now publishing sensitive expenditure in public reports for our Audit and Risk Committee, which I think has been a big move in this organisation for the transparency for our community around spending and where it is going.
That's very good.
I know we've got a couple of minutes and we've got a light on. We're all good if we take a question.
Yep. Any questions? Yep.
Yeah. If a matter is referred to the Office of the Auditor General and you open an inquiry, I presume that's on a fee for service?
No, inquiries are funded through appropriation, so it's not. There's no charge to the organisation being inquired into.
No further questions? Cool.
If I could just say one last thing, information about everything we've talked about and guidance for managing sensitive expenditure, conflicts of interest, audit and risk committees, everything is available on our website. So we have a really quite a large suite of information, guidelines and support available for anyone who wants to see it.
Yeah, it is great. It gives, there's a lot of good resource there and it's much appreciated.
Thank you.
As well. And so, councillors, if there are any further questions, I am happy to take, we're just looking at the time that we have here, I'm happy to collate those from you and send those on for your return in April. Thank you very much for joining us today. It's great to build on our relationship with you and look forward to having you back and having further discussion.
Thank you very much for having us. We're very pleased to be here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, we will just move into a public excluded briefing now. And so for anyone that is actually listening online, we will be back into public at about 11:15 a.m. For a Greater Christchurch Partnership update. Okay, everyone, welcome back. This morning we have an update from the Greater Christchurch Partnership. So I would like to welcome along John here, and for councillors we're on tab 2 of your agenda. Over to you.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you for making the time. Appreciate the opportunity to come out and give you an overview around the Greater Christchurch Partnership. I know that you have a lot of significant matters to consider, so appreciate you making the time. Acknowledging that the information's been pre-circulated and with a view to maximising the opportunity for questions and discussions with you all, what I'm going to do is almost give a bit of a whistle-stop tour in terms of the slide pack and touch on some of the highlights and key slides, and then really return back to ideally open up to questions through you, Mayor. If that's okay, I'll kind of kick off as well.
It's wonderful, thank you.
I'll start first in terms of focusing around the why and the purpose around the partnership. So largely, as written on the screen, around a collaborative approach to strategic issues and opportunities for the Greater Christchurch sub-region. Involves a variety of partners, not only local government, but mana whenua and central government partners. It's been going for quite a long period of time, there's a shared recognition around there are a number of challenges and opportunities that transcend political boundaries and municipal boundaries and kind of give a reason to work together, particularly. In terms of also then just thinking about Greater Christchurch being kind of a key focus or hub for the region and holding the majority of the region's population within our boundaries. Again, as I do the whistle-stop tour, so bear with me, please. Hopefully it's not too dizzy and I'll not flip through too much. One of the key guiding strategies or documents that we do have is the Greater Christchurch Spatial Plan. What's up on the slide here on the left is the opportunities that the spatial plan outlines. And then on the right, we have a Venn diagram, and really the Venn diagram is trying to show the intersect or the connections between the key moves and the opportunities of that spatial plan and how they link together, and ultimately how they connect together in terms of effectively building or fostering well-functioning communities in Greater Christchurch. More recently, the Greater Christchurch Partnership has undertaken an independent review. Was agreed back in December 24, and the incoming committee for the Greater Christchurch Partnership received overview and briefing from Martin Jenkins, who undertook that independent review on behalf of the partnership late last year. And more recently at the March committee meeting, there was acknowledgement around the collective importance of the key programs being delivered through the partnership, as well as acknowledging the changing context for which the partnership is working in, and I think the growing critical nature of developing a regional spatial plan under the new resource management replacement system. So key to that is the review, identifying some recommendations, and really the committee has endorsed the development of a transitional plan, which we'll be bringing back and reporting back on at the next committee meeting, really about how do we bridge the partnership in terms of the recommendations, the review, in light of the changing and revolving context that the partnership and partners are working within. Some of the key decisions ahead for the partnership and the committee, one of those is receiving the work and the Joint Housing Action Plan, Phase 2 scoping. Further considerations and decisions need to be made around the organisational transitional plan, which I just touched on there, and linked to the implementation of the independent review, and also then looking at setting those priorities and agreed work streams for progressing through the partnership beyond this kind of this period of time and into the future as well, looking forward in terms of to the partnership and its focus. Settling in on the last few slides, Mayor and councillors, really I suppose the key thing around the value and involvement there is clear strategic and operational value in respect to for Selwyn as other council partners and other partners in terms involved. One, as I touched on right at the start, back on the why, is that collaboration and leadership. The other is in shared investment in terms of not necessarily having to fund and deliver works in one partner themselves, that can be shared. Working to joint outcomes as well, noting the value again that collaboration, and lastly around influencing advocacy in terms of those key priorities that transcend municipal boundaries for the sub-region, and really seeking to leverage that collaboration. Outside of that as well, there are a number of other connections as well in terms of connecting in with central government agencies and departments, all the more important as we work through this evolving context of change and changing to the operating environment of the partnership and partners. Working across the broader spatial planning and agreeing that collectively, noting that in the past there has been conflict between various partner councils in respect to decision making, and one of the, I think, the successes or achievements around the partnership in the past, which has continued through the Greater Christchurch Spatial Plan, is that alignment around spatial planning matters. Conducting relevant research, joint action plan development, and lastly, looking at the transport network and transport potential as well. So whether that's the priorities or connecting networks, as well as understanding how that works in terms of modelling into the future to understand what the network changes and impacts could be therefore be, and having a joint view of those as well. I'll close there and hand back to you through you, Mayor, for questions and discussion.
First up there, I've got Tracy.
Hey, thank you. I've just got a couple of questions. Throughout the presentation, the word key was used quite a lot. So key urban and town areas, key programs, key. What is the definition of key being used, particularly in relation to key urban and town areas, which is on the feedback page? Hui hui mai, engagement and public consultation. Agree with the direction to focus growth around key urban and town centre and along public transport. I'm just wanting to know what you meant by key when you were asking the people. If that's my first question.
Through you, Mayor, I can't, I suppose, speak exactly for the hui hui mai engagement. It happened before my time within the partnership, but it probably goes and speaks to the overall intent of the Greater Christchurch Spatial Plan, which was key areas. So focusing in on, for instance, talks to Rolleston Town Centre, as well as those key connections back into the city, Hornby through the city centre and north through Papanui and ultimately to Rangiora. They were the key kind of focus and hubs that I think were highlighted through that as well, and are drawn when you look at the Greater Christchurch Spatial Plan and the diagram that's touched on called slide 8, but it's the Greater Christchurch Spatial Plan, and a bit of touch on that too.
Yep. So I've seen that, and I guess I'm just raising a concern from a Selwyn point of view that with to focus growth around key urban and town centre and along public routes, because the growth in Selwyn is going well beyond Rolleston as a key area. So I guess I'm asking what impact the Greater Christchurch Partnership is actually having at a higher level on changing things like, I can't remember if I can say it, Darfield, I'll just say Darfield and not name the development. So we're still getting fast tracks, we're still getting all this other stuff. And so my question is the Greater Christchurch Partnership actually having any impact on slowing down our growth in what you guys consider to be non-key urban and town centre areas and routes?
I think if I can, there's a couple of things there, and so Darfield's obviously outside our Greater Christchurch area and the spatial planning, so it's not a focus for the Greater Christchurch Partnership. I think that what you're talking about we will actually cover off in the planning and legal frameworks part, which is this afternoon, and so there'll be a lot of discussion in there, but we at the Greater Christchurch Partnership, we can't change the legislation that we've got to deal with, but the spatial planning was about protecting those transport corridors. I think what we've done here will actually flow onto what our area plan engagement looks like, and saying actually this is the growth that we're happy for it to happen here and not really here. And that's sort of the conversation. So the work that's happened here through our spatial plan can come out through our area plans and start to have those conversations around things being built up. But I can hand to Bob too, who's part of
just to add as well, I guess it's around finding those areas which we really want to enable and those areas which require joint cooperation between us and government partners, whether it's NZTA, MOE, Councillor, to really make up a joint up investment area for that thing. While it's not going to say you can't go there, it's going to say actually this area over here is really enabled. We've got all these things ready to go. That's the preferred area. But noting we've got very little teeth to say no sometimes.
So just to clarify, I am aware of the boundaries and the scope of the Greater Christchurch Partnership. I guess I'm just using the opportunity to question when 60% of Selwyn is rural or small towns. I'm just questioning how that's going to impact when the Greater Christchurch focus is going to be almost solely on Rolleston, and then we are going to have to deal with the impacts of that. And so you referred to the balancing between the urban and the smaller, the city and the smaller. So in practice, how is the Greater Christchurch Partnership in its decision making, how is that reflecting a balancing of the big city versus the other areas, in the sense that obviously Christchurch has nearly 500,000 people and the rest don't. Do you feel that balancing that's not population based but is a needs based across the area, in practice, is that tending with decisions on where things are going to be really even and everybody's happy, or is there a leaning towards Christchurch needs?
Through you, Mayor, it's very hard for me to speak on behalf of committee members. I think what I would take a step back to is the Greater Christchurch Partnership Committee is a joint committee amongst the representatives and partner organisations, and within that, each of those partners has 3 representatives on that committee for which to make resolutions and endorse things, but also notes that as a joint committee, that decisions and things that are adopted are required to go back to each of the respective partner organisations or home bases in order to really decide on those in terms of those. So I think just probably that tension, I think, is there as important. And again, hard for me to speculate in terms of how any particular matters would be decided, determined in respect to the committee. It is largely dealt through that committee discussion.
Sure. So I guess the thing is that what I'm trying to get to is that, is it, and I'll ask the Mayor, in your view, is it, in your experience, is it coming across as a genuine collaborative process where there isn't a sense of, because this is what I get asked the most, is Christchurch is big and bold and beautiful and Christchurch dominates, and what I'm trying to get to is if Christchurch isn't dominating the decision making and the voices are being heard and so on, then that's something that we need to know so that we can push back on those claims. So that's where I'm trying to get to in a very clumsy way, and I apologise.
And I think I can answer that. It's I don't think of it like that it's dominated. I think that often at times we have to negotiate on what is best, and you know, we can look at the mass rapid transit as a good negotiation space of knowing that you know, current priorities are effectively taking it to Hornby, because we know that is where the best business case sits within it, but there is that avenue of it coming to Rolleston, you know, and this is many, many years away. But, you know, there is that real negotiation space. So I don't see it as a dominance of the way that we are working at the GCP at all. I think it's actually very collaborative, and, you know, they have acknowledged in the past there's been pinch points that have been hard, but I think it's actually been really good that everyone's worked through that. I think the other thing I just wanted to touch on is some of the stuff you're saying, Tracy, is around, you know, we know that we have other areas in our district, and, you know, this is all part of the resolution that was put forward in March, is around how can we actually work better because we know that for ourselves in Waimak District Council, we have other components of our district to do spatial planning and to work through. And so, how best can we do this program of work, but also wrapping up that metro function, which is the public transport and that spatial planning MRT, because that's still really important. That's been a really important body of work for the GCP. So, protecting that, but also potentially looking at what does our scope look like to acknowledge that we have a big body of work in front of us with regional spatial planning. John.
Yeah, thanks. So how successful has the partnership been in actually getting action from central government? And subject to that, what are some of the challenges that need to be faced to try and get a greater responsiveness from central government?
Through you, Mayor, in terms of the first part of that question, I mean, the advantage is that we have Crown agencies and partners around the table in terms of that. But in terms of some of the achievements, they are outlined on slides 10 and 11 of the presentation. But I think two of the most tangible ones there are, I think I've touched on the Greater Christchurch Spatial Plan, but I think that's also important in terms of how that aligns to the outcomes desired by government at the time of developing that plan. And the second one is probably a prime example there around progressing. We've touched on public transport, like progressing the indicative business case, which was funded through Wakakatahi originally, and now has been taken over by Christchurch City Council and Canterbury Regional Council, working together and reporting in through the partnership committee. So in terms of that was an investment that didn't come from council partners or mana whenua, that was funded through central government, with a stepping stone towards ideally realising that in the future, as the Mayor had just touched on. And I think the other one that kind of goes back, I think, to the heart of the partnership as well has been the work around advocacy to the government around the motorway system of Greater Christchurch, and proving the success around that coordinated and collaborative advocacy efforts as well is really seen, I think, as a key achievement around the work of the partnership, and something to use going forward about those other things that I've just touched on as well. I think the second part of that question, if you don't mind repeating that for me, just if you don't mind, I feel like I've gone on a track for the answer of the first part, but in terms of the second part.
Yeah, so what are some of the challenges, or what can be done differently?
Through you, Mayor, I think that really critically, I think on slide 13, touch on the operating context that the Greater Christchurch Partnership is intending to work within, but I think also respond to as well. So in terms of some of probably the challenges that need to be worked through, the Mayor touched on that in terms of the transitional plan and what we're seeking to realise through that. And really, I suppose there is a real, it's an evolving operating environment, not just for the partnership, but also partner councils and partners more broadly. And so it's about maintaining flexibility around that versus necessarily trying to pick winners, because it is so evolving as well. But again, slide 13 really talks to a lot of those matters as well, and attempting to be responsive to them as well.
I think the other thing I just wanted to touch on is that the spatial plan that's been done, so the work that's been done by the committee for that spatial plan has put us in a really great position to go forward into the regional spatial planning. And, I think that that's a great achievement of the Greater Christchurch Partnership. So, it really leverages us in that space. Denise.
Hi. I don't want to repeat what Tracy has sort of alluded to, but it's interesting because you started your talk with the majority of the population as in Christchurch, so that does worry me. And I this is something that's been going on for quite a few years, and I don't want to relitigate past decisions, but out here in Selwyn, for example, we did have a plan change that was a private plan change, but then it was taken on by the council for 2,000 greenfield houses on the far edge of Lincoln. It totally went against the Greater Christchurch plan at the time, and it was just wiped out. And has probably resulted in what was trying to be avoided by the Greater Christchurch plan, which was a donut city with dormitory suburbs. So I noticed you did say that there had been conflict previously with councils. Would you include Selwyn District Council in that? And do you feel, I mean, Lydia's already answered this possibly, that there is good value in the planning that you are doing now, especially with Robert, as he says, we have very little ability to say no. So I just wonder if we have ECAN is looking at public transport, have we got multiple layers here looking at the same things, possibly?
Through you, Mayor, fair to say there was a fair bit, I think, in that. What I would say is that there remains value in the work of the partnership in terms of collaboration and coordination amongst partners. Each of the partners comes with their own roles and responsibilities, and the key thing there is around coordinating what's being done by each respective partner. It's hard for me to comment, I think, on the Lincoln point, but I think what I would say, though, is the Greater Christchurch Spatial Plan is a non-statutory document. What we are considering and having to face in the what's proposed in the Planning Bill and Regional Spatial Plan is a more regulatory mechanism driven through that. So in terms of just pointing out those differences as well of where we're heading, I think are really key considerations.
Okay, thanks. So just really it relies on the collaboration of everybody in that partnership. Yeah, thank you.
I think, you know, Denise, you touched on that majority of population is in Christchurch City Council, but we have equal partnership at the committee. And, you know, I think that's that collaboration space, is that it's not bound on people, population, it is equal partnership, which is sitting there. And, you know, when we talk about the PT Future space that's sat there, and the business case around that is, you know, really fundamental to our public transport out here as well. So, you know, there are good things coming out of the GCP. Elizabeth.
Hi. Just wondering how much, because this is the same stuff pretty much exactly the same direction as what we had 3.5 years ago. How much, given that we've got changes like the earthquake amendment bills coming in, so that'll change a whole lot about which buildings might be able to stay in Christchurch and may change and alter the face of the nature of the rebuilds. Also, that trains are sort of making a resurgence, which is very exciting for us train lovers. Are you guys in a position to pivot on some of these things easily and readily, given that there's been a bit of investment through with the mass rapid transport, to look and identify new opportunities and potentially go through some new ventures?
Through you, Mayor, I think, I suppose I'd probably put it in the we in terms of the committee and partners. I think a point of just should have made that distinction up front. In terms of my role, I'm the head of the Secretariat, and I will work to facilitate and deliver whatever is resolved from the committee and through partners as well. So it's hard for me to think ahead about what those decisions may be into the future, but I dare say that there is a clear need from the public transport and the work that's been progressed through both public transport futures and also being contemplated by mass rapid transit around the need to shift more people more quickly across the sub-region. And I don't think that's going to change. But in terms of rail, I think that's obviously something that's always going to be a live conversation when you look at what are the alternatives to any investment. When we get to that point, and I'm hoping, you know, the sooner rather than later. And then I suppose the other point there too is we are working in an evolving context, so we do need to maintain flexibility, but again, we'll be working and supporting the committee through that over the course of the coming months in particular around that, noting that there is a number of layers of government reform that have been proposed and then intended to become operational as well. So again, that flexibility is a key point.
So if we just talk about the mass rapid transport, obviously I've been looking at this for some time. Can you tell me of an example internationally where there's above ground mass rapid transport that's currently being utilised worldwide?
Through you, Mayor, I think one of the most recent examples about above ground mass rapid transit is in Brisbane City, where they launched their MRT system last year. And I'll kind of acknowledge, I follow the mayor of the Brisbane City on Facebook, you know, for better or for worse. And I noted that more recently that there was acknowledgement that Infrastructure Australia had again approved them or supported them in progressing the next stage of development for that mass rapid transit system as well, through like effectively a mass rapid transit business case Mark II to expand that network as well.
And is it, in a similar vein, is it very much under the same conditions with the same road user, car user, cyclists, pedestrians, as what we see proposed in Christchurch Mass Rapid Transport?
Through you, Mayor, it'd be hard to me to like exactly tell you if it's exactly the same or not. It's a Western city, it's in Australia, so in terms of Australia and New Zealand, there's a level of complementarity, or kind of, I suppose, like for like in many ways. So I dare say that they're operating in very similar conditions there as well. But again, I think it's kind of looking at all the systems that are available and options to understand how that would work in practice here in Greater Christchurch.
Okay, great, thank you. The Smart City strategy that sits with Christchurch, is that implemented in any way into this group?
Through you, Mayor, no, it's not at this stage. It's developed through Christchurch City and held by them versus necessarily something being developed by the partnership.
Okay. What's the cost for each council to belong to GCP?
Through you, Mayor, I think rather than giving a specific cost, it's probably important to give some of those percentages. So both the district councils contribute 12.5%, whilst Canterbury Regional Council and Christchurch City Council contribute 37.5% each. And that's effectively to the operating costs of the partnership and the work program from there. Other additional contributions in terms of specific projects or programs that may be endorsed through the committee are additional allocation, but are only necessarily flagged or drawn upon if needed.
Okay, thank you. And a last question, 56%, so you've got the percentages of what people asked for in the feedback, but obviously we sat through that and I watched community members come and speak to the submissions, and I went along to the, can't remember the name of it, Who Am I, or whatever it was.
Who Am I, yeah.
Yeah, to that event. There were some things that were concerning around the way that was strategically run, and I'm just wondering whether there will be more space in the future for the public engagement aspect going forward.
Through you, Mayor, I think goes back to my earlier response to a similar question around who am I. Having not been part of it, it's hard for me to comment on how it was run and operated. I think in terms of future engagement, I think that is important as well. And if there are projects or programs that warrant that, then we'll be looking to progress that again with the support and endorsement of the committee.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Sarah.
Kia ora, thank you. Couple of questions. I'm just looking at the identified priorities for the GCP Transport, Climate, Housing and Equitable Access, which is great. I'm just sort of thinking about climate and resilience piece in this. It's an area where Christchurch City area directly impacts on climate and resilience measures that we need to address. There's impacts that are obviously increasing across our districts. And I'm just wondering whether the structure of the GCP gives sufficient focus on climate resilience. There's sort of lots of mentions about transport, loads about housing, and not so much in the climate resilience space.
Mm-hmm. Through you, Mayor, the priorities of the partnership are agreed through the committee and effectively manifest themselves in the joint work program for the partnership, effectively progressed and driven through partner officers. At the stage, there's not necessarily a specific work program, work stream allocated to that. in part because there's work going on in other forums, but also a desire to focus on those very things that you touched on around transport, housing in particular. So again, there's the ability to for the partnership to flex and change depending on its priorities and what's agreed through the committee. But at this stage, that is not necessarily one of the active work streams being progressed at the moment.
So less of a priority at the moment.
Correct.
Yeah. I guess in that vein, so is the GCP the most effective platform where we can start to put some sort of substantial structure behind, climate resilience, because it seems to be an increasing need, to give better support to those other groups that have those linkages to climate resilience?
Through you, Mayor, there's always the potential, but again, I'd be speculating, I suppose, the decisions through the committee about that as well. But again, as a joint committee with representation from councils, mana whenua and central government agencies, it does allow itself effectively to move into that space, again, if agreed by partners.
Okay, thank you.
Samuel.
Westmount, Darfield and Kirwee are taking a significant burden of Selwyn's growth without the public transport benefits. So I'd just like to put that out there. They're screaming for public transport. The trial from Darfield to town is going to end next term, end of this term, putting a lot of people in a pretty rough situation. And another point, slightly off topic, but your last slide has a quote from Henry Ford. I'm pretty sure we could find probably somebody better with a stronger moral compass than old HF. Yeah. Thank you.
I don't think you have to reply to that, John. Thank you. And look, I think, this is the hard part, right? Because public transport investment, the services actually sit with Environment Canterbury. We come up with the planning, and so, there is a real avenue of providing service that Environment Canterbury needs to do because they hold the delivery function of this. But I don't know if you want to touch on the PT anymore, John.
Through you, Mayor, I'll probably make one point, and it probably goes back to the March committee meeting where Canterbury Regional Council and Christchurch City Council representatives gave an update to the committee on the Greater Christchurch Public Improvement Program. And I think the point that was made there was just flagging around effectively the public transport settings at the moment, and that there are, I suppose, ideally you'd like to have public transport services and its investment as a lead investment, so in terms of supporting growth and getting ahead of that. But the challenge that Canterbury Regional Council outlined to the committee at that meeting was saying at the moment, because of the restrictions around requirements of fare box revenue and a variety of other factors, it's effectively a lag investment and therefore service. So it is a real chicken and egg for them, which I think they acknowledged as well in respect to that in terms of getting ahead of growth, but also then attempting to fund that in the way that is envisaged through the system for it.
Thank you, John. Last one, Tracy.
It's not a question, so you can relax. I just wonder if the Greater Christchurch Partnership, particularly with its focus on housing growth and stuff, we might be able to table with it some conversations around the impact of the housing growth in Hallswell on the flooding impacts downstream into Taitapu and into the Ellesmere region and beyond, because that seems to me to be something that is inside the remit of this group. And I'm not sure, it touches on climate resilience, but for me it's about flooding and the very obvious impacts of concreting up Hallswell and where that water's going to go. And I've said it before, water goes downhill, and that's all the way to Lake Ellesmere. And here in Selwyn we are facing our own flood mitigation issues. But in that case, a lot of our flood issues are coming from the growth development of another council. And so I guess I'm just saying, is there a way for that discussion as part of the housing growth portion of the Greater Christchurch Partnership? Is that able to be advanced, seeing as everybody's working really collaboratively around the table? I'm sure they'll all be very open to understanding that if you dump your bucket of water over my fence, that has an impact on me.
I think what you're asking for is integrated stormwater management between councils. Yeah. Okay. Noted. Cool. Look, I think, yeah, that takes us to the end of our time here. So thank you, John, for coming out and giving us an update on where GCP is at, what's been happening, and I'm looking forward to that next paper that will come to the committee as well. So thank you very much for your time.
No, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, councillors. Appreciate it.
Councillors, there is a break now until 12:15, and then we are back public briefing for legal frameworks and planning, which will be on tab 3. Cool. Welcome back, everyone. We are back on the live stream, and we have legal frameworks and planning up, which is on tab 3. I'll hand over to Bob to give a bit of an overview, and then to Kath and Emma at the table there. So over to you, Bob.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. So just a real quick intro to this one. So this is prepared in response to quite a few questions we're getting on the RMA planning and legal frameworks, a bit about the planning history of Selwyn. It covers quite a bit of territory, which is quite complex, so we could spend an hour on each slide, noting that there's a lot more than one slide. So it is a very high-level rundown on some of this stuff. I guess there is a common theme that runs through the slide pack, and that's effectively the erosion of local voice, local decision-making and planning decisions. So we'll sort of walk through the history of that and where we've got to and where we'll be going towards in the future.
Kia ora. So let's crack straight into it. So this slide is trying to show us the current legal frameworks and the current system and just how they cascade down. So obviously you start with the legislation at the top, which is set by central government. On the Resource Management Act side there, central government also set national directions, so national policy statements and national environmental standards and the like. Then ECAN develops the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement, and our Selwyn District Plan needs to give effect to all of that. But also on the local government side, so we obviously have Future Selwyn Strategy, which was developed. It's a Local Government Act document. It's what directs our spatial planning, and our spatial planning also feeds into our district planning process. Lots of arrows going in all sorts of directions, but I guess as Robert alluded to there, councils don't have a blank slate when it comes to planning. We have many requirements that are set above the district council level. So just a bit about those national directions. So some key ones in our recent past are an amendment to the RMA, which was the Enabling Housing Supply Amendment Act, which is what brought in medium density residential standards, so the 3 dwellings per lot of up to 3 stories high. There's also the National Planning Standards. National Planning Standards are standards that set how we can express our district plan. So there's lots of sort of standardisation there that we have to adopt when writing our district plan. So, standard definitions of terms and that sort of thing. Then the middle box is all of the national policy statements. I won't go through them all, but the ones that have had key influence on development in Selwyn are the MPS Urban Development and the MPS Highly Productive Land. And then on the right-hand side, we just have the list of national environmental standards. Again, I won't go into that in too much detail. These are rules, sets of rules that generate or trigger a resource consent requirement if something, or enables an activity if under those particular topics. Probably the main one there that we deal with on a daily basis is the NES for assessing and managing contaminants in soil to protect human health. That one comes up for just about every building consent we consider and every resource consent we consider. So that's a quick run through those, and I think we've got some more detail here just on the MPS Urban Development. So under this National Policy Statement, Selwyn is a Tier 1 authority, and there are particular requirements of Tier 1 authorities in the MPS Urban Development, one of which is that we're required to actively zone housing capacity up to 10 years and have identified future capacity of up to 30 years out into the future. We're also required to undertake housing and business capacity assessments every 3 years. And I think in the end of 2020, there was a change to Policy 8, which effectively meant that if a private plan change request came in and it was going to provide significant housing capacity to our district, then essentially we had to disregard or not consider any sort of hard town boundaries that might have been set in planning documents. So, so this had implications for Map A of the regional policy statement, which I think I might have a picture of, not next, coming up, which is essentially the idea of a green belt, that essentially the idea that the council set a boundary, and this is the extent of urban growth that we're expecting, and beyond that will always be rural, and or for the life of the plan anyway. And so this change to Policy 8 meant that we could no longer consider that if a private plan change request came in that was going to enable significant housing capacity. So the RMA Enabling Housing Supply Amendment Act, this is again the medium density residential standards and the introduction of the medium density residential zone to our district plan. So this Amendment Act was introduced in 2021, and it gave rise to us having to notify Variation 1 to our proposed district plan. Again, enabled that greater density of development across residential zones in Rolleston, Lincoln and Preelton. And it needed to be applied to all relevant proposed plan changes, and there were no appeal rights through the process that was enacted through that Amendment Act. So that's obviously had a significant impact on the amount of land that's been developed in Selwyn recently. Here's my picture of Map A in the regional policy statement. I've provided a link there for you so you can have a closer look. I understand it's quite hard to see. And so I mentioned before National Policy Statement on Highly Productive Land. So this was introduced in 2022, amended last year. It put in place an interim definition of highly productive land, which is relying purely on the land use classification classes. So class 1 to 3 are highly productive land. And that was intended to be until such time that Regional Council, through its regional policy statement, had a closer look at that and sort of refined and mapped what highly productive land is. Because obviously there's more that goes into determining what land is highly productive than just its land use classification. There's lots of other things like how close is it to transport links and its market, what's the access to water like, and how big are the land holdings to be able to be efficiently used for production. So that was the intention. However, the kind of Resource Management Act reform program's kind of overtaken a bit, and it'll be expressed in the Canterbury Spatial Plan under the new system. So it's a restrictive policy framework. It means that if we're considering rezoning land for urban development, we have to consider whether there's a need for that land to be rezoned to meet housing capacity, and is it worth, I guess, giving up this the productive capacity of this land for housing or urban development? And it was amended as of 2025 to no longer be restrictive on rezoning of Class 3 soils, so just Class 1 and 2 now that have to be considered for rezoning proposals. I apologise for the heading on this slide. Obviously, I meant it to be what is spatial planning. It depends what tone you read it in, I guess, is the interpretation. So choose your own adventure. So spatial planning, the idea is that we consider, what growth are we expecting and balance that with what are our constraints. So this is undertaken at a range of scales, nationwide right down to the street level, and it's implemented through district plan, long-term plan, engineering code of practice, asset management plans, transport plans, and I guess, these are all of the sorts of things that we consider when we're doing spatial planning. I won't run through those individually, but I guess we've just provided these plans to give you an idea about the kind of the scale of spatial planning. So it's not intended to provide an indication down to the level of detail that's property. I guess it's giving indications of where we want to see growth happen and what infrastructure needs to be in place for that. the detail comes at the district plan level, where we're deciding what zone applies to a piece of land, and therefore what are the specific rules that apply to the development of that land. Here is a list of the sort of over the last 25 years of planning in Selwyn. So we had our first generation district plan notified in 2001. It became fully operative in 2016. Then we had a series of structure plans that were implemented sort of through the late 2010, what is that? From 2008 to 2010. We also had Selwyn 2031, which is our district development strategy. So that was kind of anticipating the spatial planning for our district out to 2031. Then we had area plans, Lincoln Town Centre plan, our new district plan. We began work on that around 2016. It was notified in 2020. Decisions were issued in 2023, and now we're at the point of nearly having an operative plan with just a few appeals left to resolve. And amongst that time, the future Selwyn strategy. We're currently working on the Selwyn spatial plan. We've got the Canterbury spatial plan, regional spatial planning coming up. So yeah, all of these things, I guess all of the previous planning, like those structure plans, all fed in and informed the district plan as to what we have now. And so I've just, put up some screenshots for you. There's links there as well, so you can have a closer look. But I think the common theme with all of these is that they inform the district plan, and I think probably development has kind of extended to the limits of these plans, if not beyond. All of them. So just moving on to the district plan. So what is it? It's a book of rules and objectives and policies that enable or manage land use development and subdivision. And it covers a really broad range of topics, everything from how much earthworks can you do to, how should we protect Indigenous biodiversity, to how big can your sign be, where can I put a fence on my property, all of there's just a really broad range of sort of topics that the district plan manages. So the process is set out in Schedule 1 of the RMA. It was notified in 2020, so public notification involved a letter drop to all ratepayers. It was gazetted in the press in the Selwyn Times. There were many public events and roadshows across Selwyn, both before and after public notification. Social media and other media, I think we had a full-time comms person on this project, and we received a lot of submissions, 470. They were considered through hearings with a panel of independent commissioners, accredited councillor commissioners and taumotu representatives. Decisions were issued in 2023, and we received 26 appeals, which, as I said before, these are largely resolved. I think we've got 2 outstanding. One we're waiting for a decision on, and the other one is subject of High Court appeals. So inching closer to having an operative district plan. So the RMA also, as you'll be well aware, enables individuals to apply to change the district plan. These are almost always to rezone land for urban development, although in theory they could be to change any part of the plan. So the process is, we receive an application for a private plan change. We check it for completeness and request further information, and then there's what we call the Clause 25 decision, which is a decision that's fairly technical and process-based, where we decide that we either want to adopt the private plan change request as a council-led plan change, we want to transfer it to be a resource consent application, that we want to decline to accept it, or that we accept it for notification. So generally, we wouldn't, I was trying to think of in a situation where we might adopt it as our own. They're obviously fairly expensive processes to run. Maybe if we were had a plan change of a similar topic on the go already that the council was leading, that might be a reason to adopt it as our own. But generally, what happens is we accept them for notification and they continue as a private plan change request. So then the application's notified, submissions are received. There's this period of further submissions where you can make a submission on someone else's original submission. The council has an officer prepare a report and there's a hearing, and an independent commissioner is appointed to hear the request, and then at the conclusion of the hearing they issue a recommendation to the council as to the decision that should be made. So that comes to the full council meeting, that decision is made, and then there's an appeal period. And overall it's generally sort of a 2-year process. It's pretty expensive, but it is cost recoverable up until the decision stage. So that's private plan change requests. Just a bit of a run through on subdivision consents. So once the land is zoned for urban development, the expectation really is that that land can then go ahead and be developed for urban purposes. And so the subdivision consent process is really looking at the detail of what particular elements are part of this application that's going to mean that it achieves the purpose of the zone, the purpose of the district plan, and the purpose of the RMA. So again, we receive an application, we check it for completeness, we request any further information. Once we have all the information, we make a decision on whether it should be notified or not, and that's public notification, limited notification, or non-notification. There's quite a prescriptive technical assessment that goes into notification decisions. So, and the bar for particularly public notification is quite high. You the council report would need to be able to demonstrate that effects on the environment are more than minor on the wider environment rather than just the immediate neighbours to the property. So generally for a subdivision consent for urban development within an urban zone, it's processed on a non-notified basis, and the council officer, the planner, processing the consent writes a report, and a decision's made by a decision maker who's either a member of staff, a resource consents team leader, or myself, or an independent commissioner that's appointed to make that decision. And the sorts of things that we're considering, again, are quite specific and technical. So the water and wastewater capacity, stormwater management, density, sort of the minimum and average lot sizes, the transport infrastructure, and natural hazards. So there's a range of considerations, but those are kind of the key ones in a subdivision consent. So notice of requirement. So this is a process that's available to Minister of the Crown, network utility operators, and councils. And effectively what a notice of requirement does is it's kind of a bit of a hybrid between a resource consent and a district plan zone. It's almost like a spot zone where the requiring authority can indicate that they have a need to use this land for their purpose. And I guess they're afforded a different process under the RMA because it's recognised that they're providing infrastructure or facilities that are, an integral part of a well-functioning community. So the process there is that the requiring authority lodges a notice of requirement with the council. The council's role is to assess it, notify if it's appropriate, and the key difference is that the council makes a recommendation back to the requiring authority as to what the decision should be, and the requiring authority themselves make the final decision. But then the council, if it didn't agree with the decision the requiring authority made, we could appeal. So it's the different way around to a plan change decision or a resource consent decision where it's the requiring authority that is the decision maker. And you saw an example of that recently with the school in Prebleton. Fast track consenting. So again, this offers an alternative pathway to developers or infrastructure providers to gain planning approval other than applying through the usual RMA processes. So we have a few applications that may progress through this process, and I've listed them there. The general process is that they apply to the Minister for approval to use the fast track process, and the Minister decides whether to accept or decline that with some input from invited parties. So generally the council is a party that's invited to input into that decision. Once they have approval to use the fast track process, the applicant prepares the application and they lodge it with the Environmental Protection Agency. So, and then they manage the process, and a panel is appointed to make a decision, and that's the final decision. Once the application's lodged, again, the council will be invited to provide input, often, and I think there's actually 2 stages of input. There's kind of the assessment stage, and then the panel may request that we specifically have input into conditions. So yeah, this offers developers an alternative, faster way of getting decision on these types of proposals. So now we move into the future legal frameworks. I'm just going to quickly check my notes. Make sure I don't miss anything important. So the RM reform proposes to replace all district and regional plans with one combined plan. So there's 3 components to the combined plan. There's the regional spatial plan, there's the natural environment plan, which will pick up the topics of all of the natural environment plans that the regional council already have. And then there's the regional land use plan, which is the district plan equivalent. And the intention is that there's much greater standardisation and regional integration. A 30-year housing capacity is required, stronger alignment between land use and infrastructure. And this diagram also represents the funnel approach, which narrows what can be regulated and debated at each sort of layer of the system. So by the time you get down to the consent stage, I think what we will find is that there's sort of limited input for neighbours to have any input into decisions that are going on the property next door. So, and that's seems to be by design. Yeah, so here's just another slide that represents the purpose of this one combined regional plan. So this regional spatial plan, there is a typo on my slide here that should say a 30-year view instead of a 50-year view. Apologies. Yeah, so this is obviously the regional spatial plan, looking at a regional level. Kath will talk more about this in a second. And, you know, considering what growth we have to accommodate against all the constraints that exist as well. And again, natural environment plan part picks up all of those sort of environmental limits and natural resources that ECAN currently manage through their plans. And again, regional land use plan is the equivalent of a district plan.
All right, okay, I've just got a couple of slides to take you through some of the basics of the regional spatial plan. So the new planning legislation puts a much greater emphasis on spatial planning and integration. For the first time, we are required to pull together a regional spatial plan, which will outline where we want our growth to occur, but where infrastructure is needed, and this will have a 30-year outlook. The regional spatial plan will bring together decisions on infrastructure, investment and development. And this is probably the first time that the planning system has done this. So it does mark quite a significant change. And I just really want to emphasise that level of integration, because in terms of what we'll be putting in these regional spatial plans will be what is coming through from central government, councils and other providers, and will be a way in which we are looking to coordinate planning. You able to move that slide? In terms of the new planning legislation around stronger integration, this is also stronger integration around our key planning and funding documents. Plans developed under the Act, which Emma referred to, as well as the long-term plan, our regional land transport plan, which you'll hear a little bit about from NZTA later on today, they all need to align. Now, these are all key planning and investment decision documents for council and the region. The LTP must also now specifically set out steps on how to implement the regional spatial plan. Now, this is also a first. This is not something that we've had before. In terms of the legislation sets out what a regional spatial plan must include, and Emma's talked a little bit just before about the importance of how it will set out where we want our region to grow, but also staying within environmental limits and accounting for natural hazards and other constraints. I'll just call out some of the key features of the new approach that you've got in front of you. And particularly there's a much stronger emphasis on infrastructure. Will be in terms of identifying strategic sites and also major investment opportunities. It also calls out future urban areas. So this is identifying new areas which we see as investment priorities, but it's also existing urban areas. And we think there is going to be change, and we may need to upgrade existing infrastructure. The other thing I'll just call out is adaptation priority areas. The legislation in its current form specifically calls out the need to identify those areas within our region where we will need to move to develop local adaptation plans. And we heard a wee bit about this earlier in the GCP process. This, just to emphasise, the regional spatial plan is a statutory plan. So it does have prescribed processes. It has quite strict timeframes. Submissions that are being heard at the moment, we've put in our submission, and I guess the Environmental Select Committee is due to provide a recommendation by the end of June. One of the biggest issues at the moment is national direction is still being drafted, and we don't anticipate this being completed until the end of the year. So while we might get a decision on the regional spatial plan mid this year, that is reliant on what comes through in the national direction. A lot of the submissions from councils and industry bodies have called out probably the unrealistic timeframes on developing a draft spatial plan. From the time in which the national directions land, we've probably got about a window of 6 to 9 months. We are doing work as a council on our own district-wide spatial plan, and that work is going to be really important, particularly in looking at not just our urban areas, but our rural areas as well.
Yeah. So again, back into regional land use plans. Again, as I've said, these are the equivalent of a district plan that set out how land can be used and developed across the district. A key feature is that they will draw on a standardised national framework, which is intended to reduce complexity and variation. And what I mean by that is, under the RMA, we've had quite a lot of discretion and scope to set the requirements for a zone. So, we have the ability to decide what the height recession plane should be, or the maximum height of a building, or what the density of a zone should be. under the new framework, MFE is working on standardised zoning, so we'll just have to pick the most appropriate zone to apply to a piece of land, and all of the requirements that attach to that not within our control. So I think, yeah, that certainly will reduce complexity and sort of the time taken to come up with the perfect combination of standards. And just going a bit further into what's in and what's out. So regional land use plans must include rules for land use and development where significant external impacts may occur. They must align with the region's spatial plan in terms of constraints, infrastructure and growth areas. And they must include provisions that follow national templates and direction. There's a few things that are out. So we won't be able to have any rules around the external or internal building layout. So things like minimums for private open space or outlook space won't be included in the new system. Consideration of visual amenity and general character assessments are out. Retail distribution effects and trade competition are out. And effects that are not externalities, so things that only affect the person undertaking the activity can't be considered. I think that's kind of currently under the current system as well. And just in terms of the process, so the process initially, when the legislation passes, we will be implementing our current district plan under a changed version of the RMA. So along with the Planning Act, there's going to be an amendment to the current Resource Management Act, which changes the decision-making criteria for resource consent considerations. And that will be in place until such time as our regional land use plan is in place. So we can start work, or we'll start work before probably the regional spatial plan is finalised, but we have to notify our regional land use plan 9 months after decisions on the spatial plan is issued. And then obviously there's a notification and hearings phase on that, and then decisions are issued, and then combined regional plan will become operative. And again, the common theme, there's tight timeframes for the spatial plan, there's tight timeframes for the regional land use plan phase that comes after that. So the idea is that this is all in place by 2029. I've just got a quick slide here on house prices. We've just had a few inquiries about sort of where Selwyn sits in a regional and nationwide context. So these figures come from QV from January, and you can see Selwyn sitting there kind of mid to high in the pack that we've identified there. So I guess looking to the future, so what I guess the theme of what we've been sort of talking about today is that the level of influence that we've been able to have and may be able to have in spatial planning and regional land use planning has been limited by sort of the documents and legislation that sits above us. So, but here are the things that the council can influence. So obviously we've got Future Selwyn, the Selwyn spatial plan that Kath's working on. We'll be able to shape the Selwyn chapter of the regional land use plan. We have obviously our long-term plan, development levies and financial policy. There's a Selwyn engineering code of practice, and we have various bylaws, which are all able to influence how development happens. It's not like we have no control. We have some ability to shape that. And then just in terms of that from a regional perspective, we're going to have a lot of input into the Canterbury Spatial Plan. There's also the local government and Canterbury reorganisation plan, and obviously the Greater Christchurch Partnership, which you heard about this morning. So that's the end of the presentation.
Great. Good work.
Thanks.
It's a lot, and there's a lot going on, and I appreciate that there's a whole level of detail that sits underneath what you've given given us today as well. And I can see there are plenty of lights on for questions. So first up there we have Elizabeth.
Oh, I just dropped my pen. Hold on. Sorry. I was dying to ask questions as we went through, but now you're going to get them all at the end in a row. District plan, with the private plan changes, you used a sentence, make it our own. Can you, what I think that means and what it might actually mean might be two different things. Can you just give me a bit more of an elaboration on make it our own?
Yeah, sorry, I think what you might be talking there is the clause 25 decision, where there's the 4 options that the council can, of the decision it can make at the initial stages of a plan change request. So one of them is that it can adopt the request as its own. So progress it through the process, through the Schedule 1 process as a council-led plan change. The key implication there is that then council would be picking up the costs of taking that plan change through, and also I guess it shows that it's taken a position on it as well, whereas it might prefer to keep it in the private plan change request space, and then it can just see how it's assessed against the criteria.
So when people want a private plan change, they can do that at any point through the whole process, even after it's notified.
They can request a change.
Anybody can request a change at any point in the district plan, that's correct?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
So I guess following on from the making it our own, what if the council wanted to determine a change to the district plan?
Well, I guess once council notifies its own district plan, it is in control. It could withdraw it, or it could make a change to it. I think once a plan's been notified, then it becomes a variation to the district plan rather than a change. That's a technical RMA thing. But yes, I guess recognising that district plan processes can be long, and that things might change and there might be things that the council want to respond to, then yes, it could. Given that all of this is a bit sort of moot because the central government has said that we actually can't change our district plan at the moment. But in the previously, the council would have been able to do that, yes.
Okay, great. Fast track consenting. When are councils made aware of the applications for fast tracks?
I think the legislation sets out when panels need to notify councils or invite comment. Probably notify is the wrong term. I think what they do is request comment from councils. So that will happen once they are lodged with the EPA. I think the panel will consider whether they have enough information for it to sort of pass the basic requirements of an application, and then it'll move on to seeking input from the parties it needs input from.
So you don't have too much indication of the timeframes around that. It could be 6 weeks or 6 months or something. Yeah. Right. Future. Oh, I've got a lot on that one. That's not a question. What was the equivalent of the district plan, land use plan? That's because we're not stopping and doing this at the same time. I'm not sure what that fitted into. So this must be under the regional spatial plans. And you must have made a comment, you must be a comment there about something being the equivalent of the district plan. I've put there land use plan question mark.
Yeah, so in the new system, there's the one combined regional plan, which incorporates the 3 elements: this regional spatial plan, the environmental plans, and the regional land use plan. So the regional land use plan is the district plan equivalent in the new system.
You talked about adaptation plans.
Yes, so within the regional spatial plan, there is a requirement at this stage that we identify sites within our region as part of that spatial planning process where we think a localised adaptation plan might be required.
For private properties?
It wouldn't. It would need to work through. We'd need to identify what those areas are, and it could be a mix. It could be public. It could be private. It would be something that we would work on together as part of our district spatial plan, and to get any early indications of potential sites. Yeah.
Okay, does that come back to council before that
Most
goes out?
definitely. So we'd look at it as part of our district-wide spatial plan work, which we've got underway, but as to help inform the regional plan. But then, as part of the regional plan, council does have approval processes in terms of signing that off. Yeah, most definitely. That's something we'd work on.
Yeah. Effects that are not externalities. What's not an externality, just to be clear?
So the way it's described in the legislation is it's effects that only affect the person undertaking the activity. So if you I'm trying to think of an example, on your rural site with no nearby neighbours and you want to make a lot of noise, the council then in a resource consent process wouldn't be able to consider that effect on you because obviously you're applying for it. So yeah. There's probably better examples of where that would make more sense.
Is there going to be a lot of grey within that, do you think? Because I'm just thinking of some of my constituents who have businesses in their sheds and they're on semi-rural locations, but that you might get a cranky neighbour, 100 metres down the road.
Yeah. The idea is that it's much clearer and simpler and faster, this process, so hopefully there's not grey. The other thing is that the concept of existing use rights, I understand, continues into the new system. So that's the idea, is if you've been operating an activity on your site for a long time and it was a permitted activity when you established it, that right to continue it will continue.
Last one. This is really just into the youth. It's future Selwyn. Can the new council potentially edit this to reflect our new direction? Because that was very much the old council's direction.
We're going to run a workshop with councillors on future Selwyn as part of developing the strategic framework for the long-term plan, and we can have those conversations then. Yeah.
Brilliant, thank you.
Was also part of one of our briefings a couple of weeks ago, outlining that was the process that we were going to take. John?
Yeah, as it's a briefing and no decision making is required, I'm able to advocate. Can I just raise the point that it would be useful for a condensed version of this to be presented to the Melbourne Community Board to just inform them of what's happening, and just making a note that given the projected growth in the area, I know the designation needs to be originated from the Ministry of Education for the notice of requirement, but will the spatial plan go down to that level of planning, like business sectors, education sectors?
Yes, it will. Yeah.
Okay. And I suppose also that if the presentation to the community board could include the Bangor village.
Yeah, I understand we have a plan to take this presentation in April.
Yep, this is planned to MCB in April. Tracy?
Just looking at the average house price and just observing that it's really good to see that the fastest growing district in the country is achieving the previous government and current government's goal of making houses more affordable in Auckland and Wellington. So, yay, God loves a trier. That's not a question, but it could be. So, the new system, I understand about the zones, and there are going to be a certain number of zones, and we get to pick where we put them on our board. But is there still, in your view, a strong one-size-fits-all element to the national direction system? I'm thinking in particular that there are some councils that have no growth, some that have slow growth, some that are growing, and some that are the fastest growing in the country. And having national standards set above, is there an element of one-size-fits-all that is going to create future challenges for us
as governors and as an organisation, because we don't fit into we might not fit into the boxes.
Yeah. No, you're right. Across the country, there will be different districts that need their district plan to do different things. There is provision in the new system for kind of like a bespoke solution, I guess. If we can demonstrate that we have a particular issue that needs to be managed differently, then provided we can provide the evidence for that, then we can apply to include that sort of variation in our plan.
Great. Thank you. I have got some more.
Yep, keep going.
Bear with. I'm aware that we've got a situation where Melbourne, particularly through West Melton and more recently Darfield, are heading the way of Lincoln, and with a state highway running through the middle. And I'm just wondering, so that the people of our district are under no illusions, that the likelihood of this legislation giving us any realistic powers to decide where things go and where they don't is limited.
I would suggest there is opportunity through the spatial planning process. The regional spatial plan is going to be a statutory document, and that's the first time that we have had, that emphasis on looking in particular at growth and infrastructure and also the constraints in that way. So, I think there is opportunity in this too. Yeah.
Is there a danger that there will be an increase in fast-track applications in an attempt to get in before this comes in?
Yeah, potentially.
Okay, cool. That leads me to my fast-track question. I noted on the slide that you referred to active and dormant. And what are the? I'm aware that when you get you go through the fast track process and you are accepted under that process and you can build, you don't actually have to build. Is there a statutory limit for how long that land can just sit not being developed?
That's a really good question, and I don't have the answer on the top of my head. Yeah, you're right. I think the language that I chose there is my own rather than statutory language. I guess there's the ones that we know are going ahead. There's one or two that we know probably might not.
Yeah. And so it would be good if you could have a look for me to see if there is if you get there's a statutory limit on a resource consent, isn't there, if you don't do something within a certain time?
Yeah, there's lapse dates, usually 5-year period.
Yep.
So, and I think the lapse date applies to any authorised fast-track consent. I don't know if there's any lapse dates around getting referred and not working your way through the process.
Great, thank you. The regional plan, is that a case where there's actually going to be councils across our region all sitting together and having a big discussion about the plan, or are all the councils going to do their plans and then there's going to be somebody who has to superimpose them all onto something to create the regional plan? Sorry if that wasn't articulate, but that's how it looks in my head.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of sort of how these processes will run that needs to be decided, because the legislation doesn't necessarily provide us with the detail of the process.
I can probably step in here a little bit if you like.
Yeah.
And this is something that we discussed at the last mayoral forum, is actually the framework of this is the most important thing right now. Rather than just jumping the gun and being like, right, here's where we're going to put everything and here's how we're going to do it. There needs to be a good framework right from the start. Otherwise, we're not going to be very successful in those in that deciding space of how this looks. And so, I'm really cognizant of that at mayoral forum. That framework is key to success for us.
Cool. And just in the middle of all this, despite what the rumours, I'm not anti-development, but I am anti-unfettered development, and I don't hold out much hope that we are moving away from that. And politically, the blame lies at two successive governments' doors, so there's not even an ideological blame that can be attributed. The regional plan intent is that to make it easier for the central government to allocate resourcing? By that I mean, I know through other areas that government agencies are always much more excited if they can deal with fewer people. So, for example, rather than dealing with 200 rugby clubs, they deal with the New Zealand Rugby Union. It's a bad example, but it gives what I'm saying. And is that the intent behind the regional plan?
Yes, in terms of the regional spatial plan, definitely. And you see the common thread throughout is stronger integration. And we saw it coming through in the National Infrastructure Plan in terms of how government is wanting us to look at a much longer outlook in terms of how we are planning for our investment. But yeah, most definitely in looking at how working with at a regional level.
Great. Last one, please, ma'am. One last one. Permeable to impermeable ratios in homes. This was something that I was considering, looking at the way that I could bring something to council, because it's somebody who's come from Auckland where this is a thing. It isn't such a big thing here. And as more and more land is being concreted, the permeable to impermeable ratio has been in my head, but that slide that you presented about what it excludes and what it includes, in my head, determining that you have to have a percentage of your land permeable, I'm thinking is excluded.
Yeah, I would have to. What the legislation says is that it's the internal and external layout of buildings on the site. Whether that extends to the percentage of the site that they cover, I'm not sure that the legislation is super clear on that. I know that there will be a lot of councils across the country that use building site coverage or permeable areas to manage and plan for stormwater management. And so this is a key consideration that we need to maintain, because that's, how infrastructure planning is. That's how developers design their stormwater systems, and that's how councils plan to maintain and develop the wider infrastructure as well. So yeah, it's important. It's not clear to me whether it's in or out at the moment.
Okay, so that's great, that's good. That means there's some wiggle room. The other thing about the permeable to impermeable is, of course, that it allows more absorption of rain rather than concreting it and it all shooting to the neighbours or wherever. So thank you.
No problem.
Thanks, Tracy. Sophie.
I was going to ask about permeability as well, so I'll scratch that one off the list. You don't need me asking twice. So on the national direction, which we're awaiting, which would be really handy to have sooner rather than later, do you anticipate there being significant changes? I mean, that's crystal ball gazing, I know, but every so often you see things like at the moment there's a lot of talk about the car parking minimums, which there is in the NPS urban development. So, like, it's hard to know, I know, but I'm just wondering, like, have you heard any indications?
No.
Stronger direction, potentially.
Yeah. And maybe better resolution of where they might conflict as to which direction takes priority, potentially. That's what I'd like to see anyway. And I think there's a consultation period. Is my understanding they will kind of notify them, and the council will have an opportunity to make a submission and give feedback before they're finalised. So I think we're expecting that towards the end of the year. So
it's going to be a short consultation if they're trying to get never mind. Okay. I was assuming that they wouldn't be, so that's actually good news. So on the fast track slide, now I heard something the other day around, it was a particular fast track on the west coast where somebody was worried because they found out that the panel that was assessing the fast track wasn't actually doing any fact checking, and the main applicant had actually been quite selective in the evidence that they'd provided, but before it went to a decision to the minister, it turned out that the panel had no requirement to check that everything was correct that was in the application. I'm just wondering, because that previously, you had an option to do that with when submitters get to do a submission on other people's evidence, and you can call it out at that point. And then somebody else decides who's telling the true story, sort of thing. And I'm just wondering, when we are receiving invitations to take part or to provide information, say with Darfield, for instance, do we get to look at the information that the applicant has provided, and do we say, just a second, that's not correct?
Yeah, so when we're invited to make comment, I guess the approach that staff will take is we'll review it like any other resource consent application that we receive, and sometimes that may extend to the council engaging, an external expert that we don't have on our staff to look at that, and we can recover the cost of that through the EPA as well. So the challenge there is the really limited timeframes, but in the past, under the COVID Fast Track Act, the developer there was Hughes Developments. We worked really well with them. They worked very well with staff in providing us information ahead of time so that we could have our ducks in a row to feed in at the correct time without sort of being limited to a 2-week window or that sort of thing. So, those parties that have approval to engage in the fast track process have to do some pre-consultation with the council, so we'll definitely be encouraging that sort of thing to happen so that we have enough time to provide feedback that's useful to the panel.
Oh, cool. Yeah. Thank you. Another question is around on the slides that show the process for developing the spatial plans and the land use plans and everything else, it mentions hearings and that sort of thing. Do you know whether it's anticipated that that's going to be something where councillors are on panels, or is it going to be independents or something else, or we don't know yet?
My understanding is that hearings panels are technical. And that differs from the Spatial Plan Committee, is my understanding.
Yeah, council will approve the recommendations of the panel, is my understanding. Yeah, of the hearing committee, yeah.
I guess it's kind of wondering who gets to have the sign off, or does it come back to one of those things where a commissioner says this is what we recommend, and you're basically at that point, unless you've got a really good question about the process.
So you've sort of got the hearing panel, then you've got council, and then you've got the spatial planning committee in between. Okay. But look, at this stage, it's still going through. There could be changes through that submission process in terms of how that works. Yeah.
And my very last one isn't really a question because I don't think it can be answered yet, was around, there's no mention in these slides around the joys of regulatory relief. But that's kind of its own potential minefield. So I won't ask you to go into detail there, but I feel like that's the grenade in the middle of the pigeons. Thank you.
Sarah.
I guess just looking at the Lincoln Structure Plan and the wetland zone there, and then I guess linking to Tracy's question around the impermeable and non-impermeable areas. I'm just curious sort of to understand a bit more about where are the levers that are still available to us to protect particular areas of our land from the impact of development and potentially significant downstream effects of that development. Are there pathways or processes that are going to be available to us to truly protect some areas without having to purchase a whole lot of property potentially?
I think the genesis of that will be through the spatial planning process. We'll have to identify natural values that meet the threshold for protection through a planning process, and then if that's identified in the spatial plan, then the provisions of the land use plan will have to give effect to that. So,
and that holds enough weight and water, yeah.
Well, the thing is, under the current system, you can always apply for a consent to do something that might contravene, a provision in the district plan. And my understanding is that doesn't change significantly in the new system. So someone can apply, but then that's where the consent process needs to make sure that it has all the appropriate rigour to consider those issues properly. There might be a way, of mitigating an effect in a way that still achieves the purpose of the provisions in the plan. So in that case, it might meet the threshold for granting the consent. Yeah. I guess the point is that the rules in the land use plan provide the trigger for something to be considered more closely if it doesn't comply.
Yeah, okay. I guess with the various plan changes and a much less nuanced planning structure that's going to be coming through, where do you see sort of increased tension between our planning constraints and social and environmental outcomes for the district?
During that regional spatial planning conversation, that's where trade-offs will happen.
Right.
Yeah, and that's how the process has been set up
Okay.
in terms of the hierarchy, and it's expected that those sort of trade-offs and conversations, unless they're called out as being protected in terms of, so that's where those conversations will happen. Yeah.
Thank you.
Aaron?
Thanks. Medium density, that's a bit of a, I don't know, contentious topic, I guess. But like Tracy said, I'm not anti-development. I just think it needs to be in a well-planned place. And I think probably being a planner, you probably agree, I imagine, that it's good to plan these developments. But that said, Christchurch and Auckland, to some extent, have got a little bit of control, very little bit of control on trying to guide implementation of medium density into the right place or right places. Do we have any remote hope of trying to get a smidgen of control back in Selwyn as well?
So I think again through both the spatial planning and the land use plan phases, where there's requirements on us from the legislation to plan for 30 years capacity. So then we really have to look at how do we accommodate this next 30 years of growth, and what density are we going to have to look at for our townships. But I really hope that there is a way of maybe concentrating that in particular areas and having, some variation in other parts of the townships. I think, from a planning perspective, that's the most efficient way to deal with these things. But yeah, it'll be expressed initially through the spatial plan. The regional plan will choose exactly where that density is accommodated.
So am I hearing at the moment anybody can come along and say in Prebbleton, Lincoln, Rolleston, right, I want to stick a 3-dwelling multi-storey unit on any property, right?
Yes.
But are you suggesting that eventually there'll be a little bit more targeting to that?
Yeah, because obviously, like from a planning perspective, that type of development is okay as long as, perhaps that's the whole street is developed like that, and all sort of cognizant of what's going on the site next door, and not, and making sure that it all lines up nicely. At the moment, you could have this pepper pot situation where it's mostly one house per, 600 square metres or what have you, but then someone develops their site to the full extent of the plan, which would be three units up to 3 stories, and it's it's a difficult blunt tool that came down through the Enabling Housing Supply Act, in that for the council it makes it difficult too. So where do we upgrade our infrastructure, because that level of density could pop up anywhere in these 3 townships, and we don't necessarily know where, and it's hard to plan for as well.
So I guess we're in a sort of transition phase, if you like, because at the moment that's the fear I have, is that we have this pepper potting, because we know that there were stories in the paper of developers knocking on doors through Prebbleton, because that's real close to Christchurch. It's a real sexy piece of land, right? Knocking on doors, you've got a big section, can we buy it? We want to whack up 3x3 on your thing, and that's well and good for the developer, but there's the neighbourhood effects, of course. But beyond that, like you say, there's effects on the council. Perhaps that subdivision is already at its sewer capacity. So if we have every now and again 3 times as many, well, probably 9 times as many people being sprinkled into neighbourhoods, putting much more pressure on that infrastructure, it's sort of a double whammy of how bad it is. So if we don't have any direct mechanisms to just draw lines on maps and say, no, you can't go there at the moment, do we have other sort of levers that we could pull, such as identifying, well, if they're in such a neighbourhood, if you want to develop a 3x3, be prepared for a very highly targeted rate to that sort of property, that, we're going to need to do a sewer upgrade in that neighbourhood to cope with that. Can we look at those sorts of mechanisms?
Yeah, and I think, again, the spatial planning is the start of being able to plan for that sort of outcome, and you know, all the documents will have to line up. So you know, the infrastructure funding, as well as the development levies, as well as the all of those sorts of things. I think this is much more directive in terms of making sure those things align and deliver the outcomes that you know, represent good planning.
Thanks.
Thank you. Denise.
Hi. I've got a few questions. One was going to be what Aaron discussed, so I won't go there. In the presentation, you've got Lincoln Structure Plan was 2008, Prebbleton Structure Plan 2010. There's no date on the Rolleston and the Malvern ones, and then Ellesmere has got leased in 2016. So is there any date for the Darfield and Rolleston one?
I'm sure there is, and I'll follow up with that just to make sure I get it right rather than.
Thank you. And also read John's point that you're going to do something for the Malvern Community Board. It would be great if we could have something for other communities that don't have community boards at the moment, but might have one day. That would be good. Page 49 in Diligent, and then this might just be my reading. It's under the regional plan. It says it must include statutory acknowledgement areas and sites of significance to Maori. Is that meant to be a split sentence in that it includes heritage and Maori, or just Maori? Because there's nothing in there at all about heritage anywhere.
My understanding is that heritage is a resource management issue that can be managed through land use plans. So, sorry, that's an omission. There's lots of things, but yeah, heritage will be one of them.
It will get some sort of recognition though.
Yes.
In the regional. Yep. Okay. Cool. That's good. And yeah, I think my last question's been covered. Thank you.
I can probably, if I can fill in some bits, Rolleston was 2009, and Melbourne and Ellesmere area plans were done at the same time, so they were both 2016. Yeah. Samuel, and then we need to move on to the next paper.
Mine are easy. Can't please get this presentation sent to me in a PDF so I can share with other people.
Oh yeah, of course.
My main wish for development in the future would be that mum and dad developers are able to have the freedom to develop their family farm, and the only option currently for a lot of them now is to sell up en masse to a developer who turns around and does it with speed and ease not seen by anybody else. And it is a question. What's your thought? I'm learning.
Yeah, I probably don't have any comment on exactly how that happens.
That's fine, I've made the statement. Anyway.
What I will say is that land development costs more and takes longer than anyone expects. So I think, yeah, there's a reason why big developers are good at it.
On that note, should we have key stakeholder meetings for smaller developers as well, as opposed to just the big guys? Because that seems to be a process that we've enabled, a working group to enable ease for them.
Are you talking about our development events that we run for developers? I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Strategic key stakeholder meetings? Tim's nodding.
Strategic relationships?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we offer a lot of support for people that are wanting to engage in regulatory processes under the district plan. We have a full-time duty planner here, and people can come and talk to us about how...
To be fair, and not to contradict that may have been what you've heard, but a lot of people say, we can't offer you any guidance. You can apply for a consent and we'll tell you after you've paid your money whether you're successful or not. So I've heard the contrary to that we don't help people through the process, but we do have a small group that are looking after our key stakeholders. But I personally believe that some of our biggest key stakeholders are ratepayers that have lived in this community for generation on generation. So I'd just like to keep them in mind as well.
It's interesting because my experience is a little bit different. I've had people ring me and say, can you get in touch with the duty planner and sit down and work through, you know, what your application looks like, and they've rung me up and told me afterwards that they've had a good experience and had feedback so that they can make sure that what they're lodging is actually going to be accepted in the first instance, and anything that is missing from their application. So I don't know around the timing or
There is a bit of a line for a regulatory planner to we can't tell you what to do. We can't tell our customers what to do or exactly how to go about it, because then we're in the position of having to assess that application as well. And the other thing is, before an application's made, we're not necessarily aware of all of the elements that would need to be considered in that application. So you're right. I understand where the sentiment's coming from, because we can't be too helpful. We can't write the application for them because we're going to have to assess it. But we'll take that feedback on.
Cool.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Big Red, I said Samuel was last. We need to move on. We are 15 minutes behind, and we've got externals coming in. So I'm sorry, because others had their lights on too. Thanks, team. This is, I think, been very helpful and helpful discussion for the team here, and I Okay, welcome back everyone. We have a briefing and an update from NZTA. I will hand over to you, James, and team to take us through the update this afternoon.
Kia ora, thank you very much. Happy birthday, I understand.
Getting harder and harder to sweep under the carpet.
One shouldn't try. Good afternoon, everybody. I know some of you I've corresponded with online. My name's James Cagle. I'm NZTA's Director of Regional Relationships for the West Coast, Canterbury, Otago and Southland. With me today, I've got Sean Walsh, who covers the same geographic area for the delivery of our major infrastructure projects. And behind me, Derek McDermott, who is Project Manager for Burnham, which we will come to towards the end of the presentation, and Karen Lindsay-Lees, who manages the comms on the major project, which we will come through, and Burnham. Jeff Griffiths, who was the project manager on that project, is on leave, couldn't be here today, would love to be. I'm sure we'll have him back here at some stage to talk through where we're at, whenever that makes sense, because there's an awful lot going on in the district over the next wee while. But thank you for giving me so much of your time today. The bulk of the presentation, which I understand has been pre-circulated to you, is frankly a form of a fairly standard presentation that I give to all councillors at the beginning of their triennium. I'm sorry that it is the middle of March. We were booked to do this in November, and then I got COVID and was bedridden for a while, and I'm afraid that put paid to that plan. But it is really useful, I think, to stop and let me, thank you, run through the complexity of the land transport system, because it is actually quite complex. Its legislative framework is getting older. It's sort of from the very early 2000s. We ask it to do things that it isn't necessarily primarily built for these days. But most importantly, it cannot be operated without ourselves at the agency and yourselves in local government working in some form of partnership together. You've got complicated dances to do for your community. We've got complicated requirements on us, and understanding where those two things interact and where they work and where they don't is, I think, pretty helpful for us to both discharge our duties. So I'm going to rattle through this presentation at reasonable pace to give you as much opportunity for questions as you like, but I'm going to defer to you, Madam Mayor, on when and how we handle that. So look, if I start, not necessarily the most sensible place to start from your point of view, but it is for us. Start with us, with the agency. We are quite a complicated agency. There's about 2,800 of us now, based all across the country. And if you just look at the graphic on the right, which is drawn from our latest strategy, it's a really good way of understanding how we think about ourselves and our role within the transport system. So I'll quickly run through them for what it is worth. We are the Land Transport Systems Planner. We're not the only group or agency engaging in planning for land transport, but we try to aggregate most of those views together. We try to take a long-term 30-year view of what the land transport system is likely to need over that period. We are just about to issue our latest 30-year plan for the land transport system, and capturing things like, for Selwyn District, growth pressure, what is likely to happen here and around Greater Christchurch over 30 years, or in other parts of the South Island, what are the resilience pressures, which you'll appreciate are quite significant, and those resilience and growth are probably the two biggest things that we need to capture properly over 30 years and understand when is the likely right time to invest. And that brings me to the second function, the investor function, and that's often the way we tend to engage, or the most frequent form of engagement between ourselves and yourselves. It's over money. We are a significant investor in the land transport system. We are not the only investor in the land transport system, and I can't cover this topic without acknowledging the role of local government and the significant contribution that local government makes to the land transport system. I'll come back to it when we run through revenue sources and the money in the system. But if you are looking for co-investment subsidy from the Crown, and I'll come to how we do that later, then our investor function, how we manage that, how we assure that, how we manage risk within that, the funding cycles of that are pretty key to understand, because while we are trying our best to be as helpful and as uncomplicated as we can be for local government, again, I'll come back to that, it is nonetheless a very complex system because of the sums of money involved and the many requirements we are trying to balance on behalf of the Crown. We are the Land Transport Systems Regulator. I'll come on to that in the next slide in more detail, but sometimes that's easy to miss and easy to not see from a local government perspective. I'd hazard a guess that's not actually the case at the moment. I've corresponded with a number of you over speed, for example, and the speed rule and requirements for speed setting are a really good example of our role as regulator. On yourselves as a road controlling authority and on ourselves as a road controlling authority for the state highway. Sean's sitting next to me and Derek's behind me. We are a deliverer of very large capital projects, usually in the state highway, but not exclusively. Just the district to the south, we're working quite closely with Ashburton District on delivering their second bridge, and that includes a component of local road for them. And indeed, the project that we are delivering here, the major project here in terms of upgrading Rollaston's access, was a local project until the Crown picked it up through its response to COVID and effectively decided to pay for it and handed it to us to deliver. And that's all well and good. We're happy to do it because we do have expertise that councils, and a scale of delivery that councils simply don't have regularly. Hello, Andrew. We are an asset manager. We manage the Crown's single most valuable asset. That's the state highway network. It's valued on the Crown books just around $90 billion at the moment. And we are trying our very best to refine our understanding of what it takes to manage that asset, to be very clear back to government the condition the asset is in and what it costs to keep it at that condition. And we can have a conversation, if that's where you want to go, about the state of the state highway network and potholes and things like that. But there is quite an interesting and complex story to tell about managing that asset over the last few decades. And the last one I want to pick up isn't really a statutory function, but it is one that falls out of the statutory functions, and indeed the AA present in this building are a really good live example of it. We are a customer service provider, or our agents are customer service providers on our behalf, and we increasingly need to be really clear about that and clear about the level of service that we provide. Are we easy enough for people to engage with, particularly as other ways of engaging or reaching people fall by the wayside? As post becomes less reliable, less frequently, we need to be really clear. We are now one of New Zealand Post's 2 largest customers. And if that service changes, or if we want to change that service, we need to be really clear about what impact that has on people and how they engage with us and how they are able to access the services that they need from us. I did mention our regulatory role, and I did just want to dive into it more briefly, acknowledging that Mike Lakin, who's sitting in the room, has much more experience in the regulatory function than I do. But as I said, we are the Land Transport Systems Regulator. We cover all of those areas in that table. Drivers, entry into the system, exit from the system in terms of usually its health from an ageing point of view, although not exclusively. Behaviour of drivers within the system. We do the same for vehicles. If you're ever interested in understanding what it takes to bring a vehicle into the country, I'm more than happy to arrange a visit to an inspection centre. They are really interesting. We put vehicles entering the New Zealand system through really rigorous checks to make sure that they are safe, because it is essential that they are when they operate. It is worth calling commercial transport out separately. They pose a particularly different kind of risk and role within the land transport system, and the Commercial Vehicle Safety Centre that is on State Highway 1 at the very south end of the district here is a really good example of our regulatory function in the commercial transport space. It's a really important innovation. And again, if there's interest from the council in seeing how that operates, I'm more than happy to facilitate that, because that is a really interesting function. And the data that we are getting from that and what it shows us about compliance within the commercial transport sector is very, very valuable and very, very interesting. We collect revenue. I'll come back to revenue. We are the revenue collector for the revenue that comes to us: road user charges, fuel excise duty, in particular, tolls and motor vehicle registrations. But we aren't the setters of that revenue, so we don't set the level of that revenue. We simply go and collect what we're enabled to collect, and that is a really important distinction that I'll come back to. And I mentioned road network in terms of road controlling authorities. So you are a road controlling authority in terms of the local roads in Selwyn District, and we're the road controlling authority for the state highway network. But a different part of us is the regulatory body that regulates the behaviour of both of those functions, either on yourselves or on us. Briefly on the legislative framework, it is really important, I think, to understand what we can and can't do. So we are a Crown entity. We are the sort of Crown entity that is known as a Crown agent. So we are the type of Crown entity that sits the closest to the Crown. That is to say, it is the least independent. So a Crown entity that has a judicial function like the Commerce Commission is quite independent, deliberately so, from ministers. We are at the opposite end of that spectrum. We sit very close to ministers, although not so close that we are a government department. So we have statutory independence. In particular, we have statutory independence for the regulatory decision-making function. The Director of Land Transport sits within us, and that is a statutorily independent role. And our board has statutory independence when it comes to funding decisions. That is to say, what to commit money to. But in making those decisions, we are required to give effect to Crown policy. So our overarching duty is one of doing what the government tells us to in an independent way, if you can make that logic work. I'll walk you through it as we go, because it is really important that we're clear about what we can do, what we've got discretion to do, and what we can't. And I'm really comfortable playing this out in real time. One of the most frequent sorts of dialogue I end up in with the Mayor or with yourselves as councillors is being clear about whether something that you want to change for your community is something we've got discretion to do, or we would have discretion to do if Crown policy enabled it, in which case you need to go and get Crown policy changed, and that's not us, that's ministers. So, the most usual form that Crown policy takes in terms of direction to us, it's not the only one, but it is the most comprehensive and the most important, is the document on the screen. It's the one I've got in my hand, and that's the Government Policy Statement on Land Transport, and this is the current one. It was issued by the then Minister of Transport, Simeon Brown, about 6 months after the last election. I think it's about when it took effect, and that's important because it come to that when we talk about renewing it. So it is the formal direction of the Minister to us that tells us effectively how our board should think about where to invest, and it puts quite a lot of constraints on us, especially this GPS. This government policy statement, the one we're operating under now, is probably the most constraining, the most detailed, the most specific that we've ever operated with in the land transport system. And that's fine, that's the law perfectly allows for that, but that is because the Minister came into office very clear about some things he wanted fixed, very clear about some things he wasn't happy with over previous terms of government, and so wanted to provide a framework that required us and required you actually to do things if you wanted to attract money. And I'll run through some of those. For what it's worth, again, we'll come back to it. The current Minister of Transport, Chris Bishop, is busy drafting the next government policy statement right now. I would expect you to be able to see a draft of that probably by the mid-year for public consultation. As I say, it's not our document, it's the Ministry of Transport's. and the minister's document, but you should see some form of public consultation by the middle of the year. That enables an opportunity for you to tell them what you think about it, what you think's good, what you think's bad. But I wouldn't expect it to be locked down in terms of formal instruction to us again until about this time next year. We've got an election between now and then. The new Minister of Transport, no matter the result of that election, will have their own view about the draft that the Minister issued mid-year this year. That'll provide an opportunity to update that. And then probably it gets locked down sort of early next year. So there's a long runway to go between where we stand today and where the next instruction to us lands. Revenue. I did say we don't set the revenue, but we gather it. So if you look at the sources of revenue on the left-hand side, that's the traditional sources of funding for the transport system. Those are the sources of funding that the sort of legislation from the early 2000s, 2003 really envisaged. So fuel excise duties, your tax on petrol, road user charges for EVs and for diesel-powered vehicles. There's a slice of revenue we get from motor vehicle registrations. It's not a huge amount. Tolling income over and above the cost of running the tolling system also comes back to the system. There's not a lot of revenue in the system from tolling. We really only operate tolls north of Auckland and around Tauranga at the moment, although under the direction of the GPS we are busy consulting on rolling tolls out for new roads elsewhere in the country, including north of Christchurch for the Wood End bypass. That decision yet to formally be made by Cabinet, for what it is worth. But it is also worth saying that the bottom two, this is a terrible slide from a graphical point of view, but the Crown borrowing and Crown appropriations are increasingly large sources of income into the transport system. That's worth acknowledging in their own right, and there is a dynamic interplay between borrowing and appropriations. So sometimes we have turned around to the Crown in recent years and said, that's great, but your ambition is bigger than the amount of money that we've got in the system. Could we have some more, please? And the Crown said, sure, but you can have it by way of loan. And that's great. That puts money into the system immediately, but it also lessens the future availability of money because that has to be repaid by the system. So all you're doing is bringing money forward, really, into the system and lessening your future ability to pay. And sometimes they have been willing to just directly appropriate. And the Rolleston Access improvements are an example where that's just direct Crown appropriation. That's not by way of loan at all. That is just the Crown paying up front. The proportion of borrowing and appropriations in the system is now up around 20%. And that's great, that's more money in the system, but I think it is worth acknowledging that also comes, fairly fair enough, with an expectation of ministers that they have a clearer say about what it is they're actually buying. And so if you want an explanation for why GPSs and ministers are reaching deeper into the system and being more directive than they were in the past, I think you can see it right there in the revenue profile. As Crown money increasingly makes up a significant proportion of what is spent, they feel freer to reach into the system and dictate what we're spending the money on. Noting that there are legislative restrictions on how far they can reach into the system without changing the law. But the reaching into the system largely looks like this. It's a fairly complicated slide, but this is effectively a breakdown from that government policy statement. And this is how Minister Brown broke out the expected revenue over the time period and told our board effectively where to spend the money. So in the GPS, the Minister breaks out the future expected revenue into these activity classes, these funding streams, and sets for our board a minimum level of investment for each of those classes and a maximum level of investment for each of those classes. And then our board, exercising its statutory independence, balances all of that and reaches those numbers there, a sort of an investment target that we then manage to or move around based on the circumstances. So the Minister is binding us by way of setting broad amounts of spending in each of those categories, but also fairly fundamentally is restraining us because those categories themselves are ministerially created. And the minister last round, as I say, came into office very clear that the condition of pavements was not good enough. We had too many potholes around the country, particularly, I will say, on the state highway, but not exclusively. And so he looked at the buckets of money that we were that were in his control and that we were spending, and broke out, and you can see them there. The second on the left for state highways, the state highway pothole prevention, was separated out from what was traditionally combined with state highway operations, the one to the immediate right, and the same for local roads. So I created another bucket for local road pothole prevention and stripped that out from local road operations. We are only allowed, and you are only allowed, to spend money in those buckets on resealing roads, rehabilitating roads, that's really fundamentally redigging them out and relaying them, and drainage. And he set the amount of money available in those buckets relatively high. So we are spending more on pavement maintenance this cycle than we have ever spent, and I mean we collectively as a country. And that's directly as a consequence of ministerial direction. One of the consequences of that is there is less money in the system for everything else, particularly for those operations activity classes, because that is what we traditionally had more flexibility to move money between. And we can't do that now because the minister quite consciously separated that out. That's great if you care about potholes, and less if you care about the other things that have to happen within operations. Things like weed control, bridge inspections, the other operational activity that it takes to simply keep the road network working. Another thing, for example, before I move on, that the minister chose to do in this GPS is move things between buckets. So there has, for a number of cycles, been a safety activity class, but this GPS, that only really funds the amount of money that we pay the New Zealand Police for road safety enforcement and for our national road safety education campaigns, so the ads that you see on TV, and a very little slice of that for what we call regional road safety education, regional road safety campaigns. The money that used to be in previous governments in that activity class for safety infrastructure now comes out of the standard improvements buckets, either state highway improvements for us or local road improvements for local government. That means safety infrastructure is competing for money against any other improvement on the network, right? And it doesn't mean it's impossible, it just means it is competing against those other priorities, and so you're trading it off. That is a conscious decision by the minister in order to effectively bump up the infrastructure that is being built for other purposes, like to encourage growth or economic activity, but that as a consequence means there is less money directly for safety improvements. And that plays out as you could expect. So the minister has quite a strong amount of discretion here, and I spend a reasonable amount of time on it because I hope you can see there is a lot that is possible at a ministerial level here should a minister choose to move around how the money is spent. With just briefly dwelling on rail, just so that I don't leave a false impression, that $1 billion for the rail network is the amount of money that passes through our land transport system on its way to Kiwi Rail. It is not the sum total of capital investment in Kiwi Rail. It's more like 10%, but it is the amount of money that comes from effectively those funding sources straight to Kiwi Rail by way of us. And look, the land transport network definitely benefits from having a rail network that functions. There are, freight that is carried by rail is not being carried elsewhere, so there's a benefit there. But I wouldn't want to give anyone the impression that that's the total amount of money going to Kiwi Rail. It very much isn't. The rest is by way of direct Crown appropriation to Kiwi Rail. Right, let's talk about how we spend that money. So you guys are busy, hopefully. I can see you're already running consultation. Busy building your transport programs, updating it for the next year. But you'll be busy thinking about and building your long-term plan for the coming 10-year period. at some stage this year in the Canterbury example, we are going to pick up your transport program and drop it into the next version of the document on the screen, the Canterbury Regional Land Transport Plan. We will take the Canterbury slice of our state highway program, which I will come to, and we will drop it into the Regional Land Transport Plan. And then we will, at a Regional Transport Committee level, which is a committee operated by Environment Canterbury as the Regional Council, we will consult on that document, and then once we've wrapped it up in a nice bow, pass that up to us in Wellington, along with every other regional transport plan in the country, hopefully by, let's just say, May or June next year, certainly no later. We then take those plans, look at the GPS, which will be finalised by then, the new one, and build, along with our one, we build the National Land Transport Program. And that is the key document, the gateway that transport projects have to pass through in order to receive money from us, whether you're a state highway project or you're a local road project. If it's not in the NLTP, we can't fund it. If it's not in the Regional Land Transport Plan, it can't be in the NLTP. And if it's not in your long-term plan, it can't be in the Regional Land Transport Plan. Unless it's ours, in which case it has to be in this. And it's NZTA, so we love acronyms. So our version of your long-term plan is the SHIP. And we're busy building that right now, and we've got a really, really big one at the moment, vastly unaffordable, and that's just natural because we've thrown everything we think we'd like to do in the next 10 years at it, and we'll spend the next 12 months busy refining it, cutting it down and working out what's actually possible where and what's necessary where and what aligns with government policy, because that's the requirement. And then we'll pull that into the Regional Land Transport Plan and aggregate that up to the National Land Transport Program. So let me just say it one more time. If a project isn't in your capital program, it cannot be in the regional program. And if it's a local project, and if it's not in the regional program, it cannot be in the national project program. Now, we do have the opportunity to amend these documents as we go, but that is the mechanics of the system, right? The system doesn't allow us to say to you, we'll fund it if you put it in your program. I have the conversation so frequently with councils. Tell us what you'll fund and we'll put it in our program. I'm afraid that isn't how the system works. I can give you a pretty good guess about whether something's fundable or not, but it has to come from you to us, not the other way around. So if, and what inevitably happens is you put up a program, we'll tell you how much money there is and what we think is supportable, and then you will have to go back and amend, probably by way of your annual plan the next time round, amend your program to align better. And I know that is deeply frustrating to local government, but that is the system that we've got. And there are all sorts of proposals from local government about rearranging timeframes to work. I actually haven't seen any that make sense while we still have 3-year electoral cycles. Someone's always going to be out of cycle with someone else. If we do move towards 4-yearly cycles, I could see us all moving to off-year funding cycles, and you then might be able to align things up. But while we're on 3-year cycles, even with a 1-year offset, someone's always going to be out of step with someone else. And the bottom line is, the easiest way to think about the Crown funding for local projects is this way. The government is interested in subsidising projects that achieve outcomes that are in line with government policy. So if you are going to do a thing and it aligns with government policy, the Crown is willing to subsidise you to do that. But it has to start with the if you are going to do a thing. It's not the other way around. What is it you want us to do in order to get money? That's a great conversation to have with ministers. That's not a conversation to have with us. But let's talk about how we get you the money. So we operate funding assistance rates, or FAR, That is the common form of subsidy. And those range across local government from 51% to 75%. It says 88% on the slide. 88% is the subsidy rate that the Chatham Islands gets. I think it's important that I point that out, because otherwise, the Chatham Islands is a special case, right? 75 is about what Buller gets, and many councils around Canterbury are at or around 51%, and that is a rate largely set looking at the deprivation of the district. It isn't exclusively deprivation, but that's the basic truth. Another way of saying that is it looks at the district's ability to pay. I think it is worth acknowledging in this room today that may or may not survive contact with local government reform. I think there is a really interesting interplay here, and we all need to wait and see how things play out with rates capping, with your ability to adjust your ability to pay in real time in order to see projects proceed. But that is how the system works today. The other, I don't have a slide for it, but the other funding stream you need to pay attention to, you want to pay attention to, particularly if we are minded to change it, is what happens in emergency works, so our emergency works policy. At the moment, and I'm going to look at Andrew, because Andrew will correct me if I'm wrong, because he's more of the expert than I am. If an emergency is particularly costly, it costs you more than, I can't remember even what the particular threshold is, but more than a percentage of your annual maintenance budget, we will leap in with effectively an extra subsidy on top of the FAR rate to recover from that emergency. Unsurprisingly, we are seeing the cost of emergency across the country, across the land transport system, increase dramatically. The last 2 3-year cycles, so in the last 6 years, we have seen a very large increase in the cost of emergency works. We don't have control of extra revenue levers. We only have the money in the system that we have in the system. So if we are paying out more in any 3-year cycle for emergency works, we must logically have less money to pay out for projects. And our board must statutorily stay solvent. So we have a few choices in front of us. The choice our board reached for about 2.5 years ago was to change the policy. To move from funding 1 in 10-year events and above to 1 in 20-year events, amongst other things. Local government was really, really clear that they did not like that. Fairly understandably, because our board was quite honestly and openly transferring risk from ourselves to local government. Our board decided not to change the policy. We are still operating on the, for want of a better way of putting it, the old policy. So we still cover events that are 1 in 10. And the board has not signalled a desire to revisit that. But I do want, seeing as I'm in front of you, to take the opportunity to say the cost of events is rising. And we have a limited range of choices. Either we alter the policy, we approve fewer projects in order to maintain a higher level of contingency across the 3 years, which is effectively what we've chosen to do, or we turn around to the Crown and say, Crown, you're going to need to top us up more regularly when emergencies happen. And that's just moving the risk somewhere else too. That moves it straight onto the Crown's balance sheet. So pay attention to emergency works. I mean, I'm sure you would anyway, but it is a live area because of the changing risk profile and its impact on other parts of the land transport budget. Because you can bear the cost of emergency works even if none occur in your district, because they are being paid for elsewhere in the country, and that is taking money from the system for this district. Getting towards the actual projects that matter to you. Look, just to talk about the coming funding cycle. So we operate in 3-year funding cycles via those national land transport programs. Indications are that we actually might be moved to a 10-year program, which would align much better with local government 10-year plans. Nonetheless, the next NLTP is the 27 NLTP, so whether it's the 2730 NLTP or the 2737 NLTP, it will be coming in 27. We are required to issue that by no later than 1 September next year. If it's anything like the last cycle or the cycle before, it'll be right up to the wire, which makes things quite squeaky for local government, because you guys are wanting funding certainty, understandably, earlier than that. It really is just a matter of how soon we have an operative GPS from a new minister next year. If it's relatively early, if the changes from the draft that's consulted on this year are relatively minor, then maybe we can all move faster and we don't have a lot of catch up to do in the first half of next year, and we can issue a an NLTP closer to when we would like in the middle of the year. But the last 2 electoral cycles, that has not been the case. There has been quite a lot of change, and we have been required to redo quite a lot of work, as has local government, in terms of shaping your programs. I apologise for that up front, but it is what it is. I just also dwell on the bottom point on that slide. To be clear, I've said it a number of times, there is not enough money in the system for the demand being asked of it. So last time round, collectively, including from ourselves, we all requested of the system about $5 billion more work than there was money in the system to fund. So at the moment, we are all coming away a little disappointed from what we're getting out of the system because of the amount of money in it. Not to say we wouldn't be disappointed in a different way if more money was going in, because that money would be coming from somewhere, but just to recognise the asks can't always be met. Local government pretty universally asked for even more money than we and the Minister wanted to be spent on pavements last time round. Almost no one got what they asked for in terms of money for pothole repair last time round, because the ask was so strong relative to the available money. Again, it will depend on what the next GPS says in terms of where the constraints in the system lie, whether they're evenly distributed or they're felt in particular parts of the activity classes. I'm not going to dwell on the slide, it's in your packs, but just to note that there are other funding requirements that the GPS or we as an agency put on funding. We are increasingly at the moment leaning in on reporting and audit requirements or monitoring requirements. I'm not even sure I'm going to look at your faces as I say it, but I have to say it. You are perfectly capable of funding, you are legally capable of funding transport projects 100% yourselves. You do not need funding from us. If a project is important for you and your community and it does not line up with the GPS, you have that legal competency. I do, however, understand how attractive 51% budget subsidy is from the agency, but someone does do unsubsidised work. And so, I do acknowledge that you do pay over and above in places. Just briefly on maintenance, because it's important to touch on. We are in a moment of transition on the state highway, and especially here in Canterbury. As part of the Minister's direction to address pavement condition across the country, he directed more money into pavements, both at local and state highway level. But the language in the GPS is rather forceful to us to do better on the state of the state highway, and that has caused us to completely change for the first time in probably 2 decades, close to 2 decades, the structure of our maintenance contracts. And those new contracts that we have transitioned to start on 1 May. For South Canterbury, which is where we are from a maintenance contract point of view, I'm not going to get into the naming of Selwyn District, but we are in the South Canterbury area for maintenance. For us, we have ended the arrangement that we had with Downer, who were our contractor for South Canterbury, and Isaac will pick up the contract from 1 May. And those contracts are structured quite differently. We are taking much more control in-house of what work is done where, rather than a much more bulk funded approach. Is what we've taken over the last 2 decades. Hopefully you should see that play out on the state highway network in South Canterbury in better condition of the state highway. It will take some time though. We think it is about a 10-year runway, and we're in year 3 at the moment, going from where we were to where we want to be in terms of the condition of the state highway. I can see a question, Lydia.
Yeah. James, the map there would, where the line is, shows us in North Canterbury.
That's a fair point. I did glance over there and see that just then. I'm pretty sure it's South Canterbury. I'll check. If it's not, it's North Canterbury. In which case it's Heb. Same issue. We had Downer for North and South Canterbury, and Downer has not succeeded. In fact, Downer were asked not to bid on both of the Canterbury contracts because we were unimpressed with their performance under the old system. So Heb have picked up the North Canterbury contract. Isaac have picked up the South Canterbury contract. Both relatively newer players in the state highway maintenance. They've certainly had local road maintenance contracts in the past. We hope it helps build capacity in the system in terms of a contractor level. And the other point I would just make on the maintenance contract is we've structured it in such a way that we should see smaller packages of work taken out to the market underneath those contracts for Tier 3 contractors to bid on. Again, hoping simply to grow the ecosystem of contractors at local level in order to be able to play in this space. We've run the market simply too thin on the big major players. Right, moving on to the stuff that you really care about right here, right now. Some of you were at a sod turning not too long ago for stage 1 of the Rolleston Access Improvements Project. We are making really good progress on the roundabout at Duns Walkers. I don't know whether you've been through it. I hope you have. It's close enough. It's just down the road. We should be switching traffic onto the new roundabout sometime in April. Well, that'll enable us to get on to the other side of it. We need this part of the project substantially complete in order to be able to move on to the second part, because we need to be able to divert traffic, particularly the traffic that's heading towards iZone in the industrial side of Rolleston, away from the access that they currently use, that we all know. So we need to make good progress, but we are making really, really good progress there. I hope it's visible to you and to the community. So we should be complete there, when, Sean?
December 2026.
That's total completion on stage 1. Yeah, practical completion. Yeah.
Can you just pop your mic on?
By June, that the full roundabout will be open, albeit not fully. There's still asphalt work to do. It'll be a temporary surface. So, but Christmas is the date for practical completion. And not to forget, we're doing work down at Whedon's Ross as well as part of the first package.
Yeah, we are. I could see that traffic management as I came through on the way through. So there is a little bit of work at Whedon's Ross.
So night work's there at the moment.
Yeah. Just to show you the full extent of the project, we can dive into the detail on this if you like. This is a single slide on the full project, and that's not really doing it service, but nonetheless, the whole project is designed to completely reorientate the access to Rolleston, north and south, to provide the town with a new northern entrance at the Whedon's Interchange, a new southern entrance at Duns Walkers, and reroute traffic, whether that's heading to the industrial side or to the residential side accordingly. And then to change, therefore, the nature of the access effectively in the middle, which particularly for northern entrance is the way they've typically approached it. It will require quite a change in terms of attitude and approach from people who are used to doing things particular ways, but should substantially improve the experience for residents of Rolleston. The biggest part of it, obviously, is the flyover that will be coming as part of stage 2. I'm sure many of you don't pay particular attention to our tendering website. It isn't a daily place to visit, but we are tendering for stage 2 right now. And we should be in a position to have that awarded by June and to start work on stage 2 as early as June, as early as that is awarded. And it is a very fast, from my point of view, construction program from there, substantially completed by, he says...
It's December 2028, but we're hoping to do better than that because we're actually ahead of schedule now with this tendering. James, I just want to have a little bit of a qualification there. We hope to award in June, but there is the question about whether you go straight into construction is probably just worth mentioning because there's some very large, long lead items there, like big, significant foundations under that bridge. So there's big pile casings to get from overseas. Usually it's China, so there's a few months ordering some major materials before we might hit the ground running then. Sometime between June and October at the latest.
See, and that's why I've got the experts sitting next to me. And I'm sure we're all aware of the disruptions that can happen to global supply chains at the moment.
Well, this is what I'm...
Right. So best laid plans, we'll move as fast as possible. Just to cover it off again, look, you should all be aware, but if you're not, the key component of package 1 is the 2-lane roundabout at Duns Walkers. It is a substantial upgrade of that intersection, which I know you will have had as many complaints, if not more, as I have over the years. It is a dangerous intersection, or was a dangerous intersection. It will be a vastly better experience for everyone, enabling people and freight to peel off in the correct directions. It will enable safe walking and cycling across, or under actually, the state highway and across the rail. We cul-de-sacking what is now old. I guess we formally have to change the name, looking at you, Andrew, but old Duns Crossing Road. Probably the beginning of what will be a set of roundabouts down State Highway 1 as we move through Selwyn District. Ramp metering. We will be ramp metering part of the Whedon's interchange just in order to control the pulses of traffic that build up or don't, and to release Whedon's. Otherwise, we overwhelm the Whedon's interchange incorrectly. There's not a lot of experience of ramp metering here in this part of the country, but it's a regular occurrence on the Auckland Motorway Network, for example. I've talked about the project timeline. There's package 2. I don't have a wonderful flyover. What I do have, once we're finished with questions, if people are really interested in it, is a couple of plans. It is well worth, if people really, really want to dig into how things work, just simply eyeballing maps and plans. But the key feature of package 2, as I've said, is that flyover from this side of Rolleston into the industrial side. The 2 lanes of traffic. We have built the flyover, to be clear, to accommodate 4 lanes of traffic on State Highway 1 if and when that is enabled via Crown funding. We take a lot of the current accesses off State Highway 1 through Rolleston as left in, left outs, so you lose the ability to turn across State Highway 1 traffic, turn right, particularly if you're trying to head north. That is pure and simple a safety outcome. It is simply unsafe to try that manoeuvre these days, and using the interchanges that we're building or have built is the correct way to do it. And the move from the current state highway to what will be, and what we term a service lane, to access all of those businesses along State Highway 1 heading south, will be an adjustment, but will be a vast improvement in safety and quality of access. It will shield people trying to access those businesses from the main traffic on State Highway 1 and enable much safer access to those businesses, but also retaining access to those businesses. Lastly, as I say, that Duns Crossing roundabout is only the first of what will be, probably in the fullness of time, a series of roundabouts. Soon after we're finished, Duns Crossing, we move straight down the road to Burnham. again, you know the history of this. It is an increasingly important and busy intersection. We've had a variable speed limit sign there for quite some time. I think it's well named because I think its efficacy is variable. The right improvement for the growth that we're seeing there is to move it to a roundabout. It is a single lane roundabout at this stage, but it is designed so that it can be easily upgraded to a 2-lane roundabout for future growth. We only have the money to take it to single lanes at the moment, but we recognise that it will be 2 lanes in the fullness of time, and so we've designed it with that in mind. You don't need to worry about a stranded asset. Whether we ultimately need to and have funding for what I can see are roundabouts even further down State Highway 1, that is a matter for future GPSs, but I can see that is the direction of travel that we're heading in. I can see a few more in the district down that corridor coming. I really can. But Burnham should be pretty quick, starting construction in the coming construction season. 1 season build? Derek? It'll probably go on to Q3 2027. And that will be a substantial improvement for this part of the district too. And I think that's all I have by way of formal slides, so I'm in your hands for questions.
Great. Thanks, James. It's always great to hear from you. I have a couple of things. AA licensing.
Yes.
Yeah, surprise.
No, that's great.
You know, we've talked about this quite a few times here in Rolleston, that there's no practical licence testing for our young people and our aged people as well. How they're having to travel outside of the Selwyn district for that, and everyone's very overwhelmed. Timeframes, you know all the stuff. Is anyone looking at doing that in Rolleston here?
An interesting way you phrased the question, so I'll address it directly the way you phrased it and then broaden out. Is anyone looking at it? The short answer is we are going through a tendering process at the moment for a more, frankly, community-based set of programs nationwide, and we're doing it by region. So the Canterbury region's going through that process at the moment. Sometimes that results in groups like, for example, the Salvation Army or others who stand up community-based testing offices. We approve the routes, but it is quite a different style and form of engagement with young drivers and their testing than the sort of traditional approach that we're more familiar with. What that looks like in Canterbury, I can't tell you yet, because as I say, we are tendering for that at the moment, and it will really depend on what bids we get through in terms of the outcomes of that. So therefore it doesn't really answer your question other than to say that there's a possibility at the moment. I think, though, my advice to this council is to keep the pressure on, keep advocating for your community. We are constrained by the funding in the system and how much we can build out that system, but it simply isn't really feasible for a community the size of this district and with the growth that it is experiencing for us to continue to simply not have that option. So we will have to look at it. We want to. It is simply how far down the list we can get to. So I'll tell you the result of the tender. You come back to me and say, well, that's good or that's not good enough, and here's what we'd like, and we'll keep working on it.
Thank you. I'll
add it to your list.
I'll write to everyone. I think
Thanks.
this is the pain that's for growth riders, that everybody
absolutely.
else around us has all this, and actually we don't, and there's an underinvestment in Selwyn for our residents. So,
yep.
The other one I just wanted to touch on is the speed limit review, and how is that going? Feedback, timeframes.
Such a long story. Look, thank you. It's good. I didn't specifically call out speed in the presentation. Actually, for this district, I really should have. As I referenced, we are still really working through what I think of as the transition, although it's a little bit beyond that, to the new speed rule. So when the government changed 2 years ago. New minister came in, promulgated a new speed rule. It is a rule that is owned by the minister or the ministry. So the minister and the ministry write the rule, consult on it, issue it, and then we enforce the rule. We can't change the rule. We can certainly provide advice about where we think it's got rough edges, just as you can. But it is ours to enforce, but not to write or rewrite. And that rule is, like the GPS, extremely directive. In particular, it told us which parts of the state highway we had to consult to raise the speed on again, particularly areas where we had recently lowered the speed. It provided us the framework, for example, though, of moving CSM up to 110. That's another example. It rewrote the rules about speeds outside schools, and we've all, state highway and local roads, gone through a process of changing the signs and consulting with communities about speeds outside schools again. And then it provides, and this is the phase we're in now, it provides provision and a mechanism through which to alter speeds where communities request speeds particularly to be lowered. It is quite prescriptive in the form and manner of how to justify that, how to do that, and where we are able to do that. There is a reasonable list, and has been for quite some time in Selwyn District, and I've benefited from your communications. And look, to be perfectly blunt with you, we have had to take the requests of local communities, look at that across the country, and balance pretty limited resources against that list, and basically work out what we can bite off where first. We've consulted with some of your communities about lowering speed, and that consultation's gone, to my mind, pretty well. There is real nuance in what that consultation says, and we are busy analysing those submissions now. It isn't simply a vote. It isn't as much of a vote as it was when as the rule prescribed, when we consulted on re-raising speeds under this rule. There is more nuance in the rule about how to balance community view there. But it will be really important, particularly on the stretches of State Highway 1 that we consulted on, so the eastern part of the district. Those, at an aggregate number level, those were much more balanced views than in the western parts of the district. Communities were really clear out there, unsurprisingly. So 73, quite clear feedback, thank you. On State Highway 1, much more nuanced, and it really will matter how we aggregate that and how we analyse that, whether we're talking about locals or through traffic and those sorts of things. And the rule also requires us to look at economic benefit, cost benefit of raising and lowering speeds. So there's quite a process to go through too. I did happen to note what our public comment to the Selwyn Times was before I came in. It won't be long. It will be a matter of weeks, but you know, some people's weeks is some people's months. So it might be a month and a half before we can come back with the results of that, and it may be some time after that before we can actually physically change the signs, because there's a process there too. But I would hope that if it's positive that we're changing the speeds in those communities by mid-year. That would be a marker post I would put down. Now, that doesn't deal with the other communities in the district that have expressed a desire to lower speed. If you think I don't know, or we as the agency don't know about that community desire, please feel free to get in touch and let me know. I assure you, I think I do. Some communities, and it would be remiss of me not to mention Arthur's Pass here, I'm simply unable under the rule to address. The nature of the rule means we need to look at the One Network framework, the road classification, if you will, first, in order to be able to work out whether we are entitled to lower the speed. And I would simply be exposing ourselves to judicial review if we messed with that in order to allow lowering a speed that was then opposed by a group like the freight lobby. We just unzip ourselves. It's a pointless process. Other communities we simply didn't have the resource to get to first. you're on our list. We won't forget. We will bite off some. I've had some dialogue with the mayor this week about Darfield, for example. We will try to chunk it through and work through it. You are a district. Riddled is the wrong word because that just brings the wrong connotation. But you have many communities bisected by state highways, and they come with all of the problems of being a community bisected by a state highway, and particularly growing communities bisected by a state highway. You've not only is there problem on the state highway, but you've grown often beyond where the speed limit changes and thresholds were. Great. The rule is not an easy beast to work through changes on, but we will do our very best. Meanwhile, it is also worth saying, as I said, it is the minister's rule. There will be a minister post-election. I don't think it is particularly worth your time spending a great deal of energy advocating for a new rule now. It is quite a complicated process for the minister to change the speed rule. Changing a land transport rule typically takes upwards of 12 months. It can take up to 24 months. It took the minister a reasonable amount of time to write the last one and to get it through the process that he was required to, even though he was very clear what he wanted to do when he became the minister after the last election. But after the next election, no matter what the result is, that might be an opportunity for you to be clear to a minister about what works and doesn't for the district in terms of the rule. That would be a good time to say, hey, if you've got time on the work program, here's what doesn't work for us, and if you are minded to change the speed rule, we'd like it to be changed in these ways. Arthur's Pass is a good example, right? Because my hands are bound on that at the moment, as much as I understand and am sympathetic with the community view.
Thank you, James. I know that you are well aware of our needs.
No, please don't take it from me as you welcome to continue to tell me. I just, past a certain point, I can't do a lot with it. But we do want to be really clear that we know.
Cool. There's other questions here, so we'll go to Sam.
Thank you. Can you elaborate how we avoid a situation like Ashburton's Bridge with the $20 million?
Let me understand what you understand to be the situation of Ashburton's Bridge and the $20 million.
There was a discussion that they've been stuck with a $20 million unbudgeted cost, or is that just a bit of good media?
I think that's just a bit of good media. So let's just very briefly, because you don't want to get lost in the detail. Ashburton, we've been working with Ashburton on that bridge for some years. They knew quite some time ago, and I think are quite open about it, that the cost, they had a line item in their budget. Some years ago, an early business case, they decided it would be worth about $15 million, $15 million, because that's their half of $30 million to build, right? As we worked through the business casing process with them, or they worked through the business casing and design process with them, it became quite clear that it would cost substantially more than that. There was very little point in their updating the number sitting in their budget on that, particularly while they had a view that, frankly, the Crown should pay. Why change the number in their budget when they wanted the money out of the Crown? So they engaged with ministers and us for some time about who should pay for the bridge. In the end, they got a deal where we pay, the Crown pays for the bridge and they pay for the roads connecting to it. At that point, they can turn around, because now is the time they actually need the money, and update the figure in their budget. That's the change that the media are talking about, where suddenly they're looking for $20 million next year. It's not that really the costs have substantially blown out or anything else like that. It's just they had nothing to move to until they had something to really move to, and now they're moving. Now they're recognising the proper cost.
Cool. Another thing. Regarding Arthur's Pass, they are pretty gutted.
I know, absolutely. No, I know.
Is there a method of us doing traffic calming measures without changing classification, pedestrian islands, crossings?
The problem is it is our state highway, and that now you're running into our constraints on the GPS. I think it is. I think the short answer is never say never. It is worth a dialogue between our team and your team about what, from a community point of view and a place-making point of view, council might be interested in, and what we can accept, and from a state highway point of view. I don't think, though, thinking about the rule, you are likely to so substantially change the road classification as to enable the speed to be the kind of village speed that they are looking for. I know why. I absolutely understand why. It's just, it's really difficult with the way the rule is written.
Yeah, that's fair. And I'd just like you to jump in your car, preferably a lowered one with low-profile tyres, and drive from West Mountain to Darfield, staying dead straight in your lane without swerving or swearing, and report back to us, please.
Potholes?
Wow. The one in Kirwee, it swallows my car. Yeah, you could literally put a bathtub in there upside down, and I don't think anybody would touch the top of it.
Always happy to take inquiries about it, because genuinely, you have to find out about things somehow, but also it's worth you understanding, if I can, when something might be on our list. What's the road treatment? When are we expecting to be there? Or has something happened that we actually need to be there really urgently? So you're always welcome to dialogue on that.
Cool. Thank you.
I'm sure you've logged a SnapSend sales for it too, Sam.
0800 highways is a really good, for an emergency, for an immediate stuff, it does work.
Awesome.
For potholes, absolutely.
Yeah.
0800 highways.
Thank you.
Brace.
Thank you very much. Nice to meet you, James. I haven't met you before, so quickly, I've got a few things, so don't feel like you need to give the long answers. The short ones will be good. The tax excise duty, with what's going on at the moment, NZTA has direction to the government of pulling that down, or the government make that decision?
Government make the decision. It's a ministerial decision.
Yeah, and it affects you.
It's actually a legislative decision. It have to go through Parliament.
And then it affects you directly through that revenue stream. Okay, thank you. Tolling, you said it's quite a small percentage. Can you give me what a tolling percentage you would recover on revenue after all the costs on average? Is it 50, 30%? What would you recover from a toll?
Sorry, in terms of what's the management cost, or what's the profit?
No, what's yours that you get from it after?
Oh, after. Yeah, it's pretty low. It'll be about 30% at the moment. That's partly because, look, we operate very few tolls in the country. They are very manual systems, and we recognise we need to massively change that. We are busy doing that right now, changing the tolling back office to enable a much more national network of tolling. That'll lower that cost.
Do you have a yearly return for a cost per 10 million? So a toll would, like if a road, your nice expensive North Island roads,
no,
your paybacks on them?
No, we don't. We actually look at it the other way round, so let's just do the Wood End example, for example, right? So GPS says we have to examine tolling for it. We've done an analysis of tolling for it. That's things like, is it feasible, like practically feasible to put gantries in the right place? Is there a freely available alternative? And then it really comes down to quite complicated traffic modelling, because you can dial a toll up so far before you just simply push all the cars everywhere else and no one uses the new road. So there's a revenue maximising point there, but there's also a revenue maximising point, but there's also a asset maximising point that may be quite different. So our advice that's gone to our board and has gone to ministers, and it's currently with ministers, is around those different price points. So it really comes down to different sets of calculations about, frankly, how much the market will bear, not what of a proportion of cost. It's not about cost, it's about how much can you get before you're wasting your time.
Okay, that's cool. That's good.
Sorry, to be clear, it's much less than the total cost of the project, though. The tolling doesn't recover the cost of the project.
Yes. Yeah. Local government procurement processes, you've mentioned about that in here and how this is being going forward. I was wondering from you, local government, are we improving or are we decreasing in that since COVID?
In general, you are improving, but that's in an aggregate level. It does matter council to council. We audit you regularly. I should have looked. I haven't looked at what your last technical audit was, Andrew. It was awesome. There you go. Trust Andrew's word. Yeah. You should pay attention to that. You should ask Chief Executive, what your last technical audit was. because that is the place where we go through all of that. How are your asset management plans looking? You know, are you justifying your work? What's your forward planning looking like? What's your procurement? That's a really good place to look.
Yeah. In the NZTA roundabouts, do you have your standard for asphalt topping, planting, visibility? This becomes a huge topic of discussion here locally, where roundabouts have been put in for subdivisions, or whether it's on the national roading network, and that they should be all tar seal topped and not planted, and less maintenance, but also they get overgrown, they're not maintained, and we have safety risk with that.
Yep, true. Part of the shorter answer is no. I'm going to go to Sean in a second on asphalt, but let me do planting before I let him butt in. One, actually, to be fair, and put our hands up, we're not as clear as we should be with ourselves, asset owner to asset builder, about the future cost of some of that. Sometimes we have tied ourselves in knots over that. Other times, though, it genuinely does matter what the future state is going to be. So we build an asset, we might pass that over for operational, even if we own it, for the operations to councils. And councils, you do have the discretion to maintain for aesthetics. We don't. So if it's going to be maintained by a council, you might ask us to plant it because you're happy to maintain it, because you're happy to bear the cost of maintaining it. The real problem really does lie when we still own the asset, we still maintain it, we've planted it, and we're not funded to maintain it. And that gets really annoying. I acknowledge we've got some really choice examples in this district, and on the edge of this district, I've got choice examples across the country. It's an issue.
So it's not there isn't a standard to
No.
tarmac top them.
Well, no, but yeah, you were talking about the actual roundabout themselves as opposed to the tarmac and the.
Correct.
And
I am actually talking about.
Sean doesn't need to get into asphalt condition on the actual pavement itself. No. Yeah.
Okay,
Sometimes it's consent conditions, though.
Yeah, that's true.
If you see the difference between the first stage and the second stage of the southern motorway out there, the first stage there was a consent condition that we had to grass the median, but we managed not to on stage 2 out this direction.
Yeah. Okay. And speed bumps out of roundabouts. Is there?
What a great question.
Well, these yeah.
No, it's great. No, I love it because it's a really.
So this is what's going on here in the district in grand scale. Yeah. Get in there and get involved in that. I'm already written that down. But is it a NZTA standard or is it a local standard?
So the reason I really like the question is it's a really good example of how effective this document is. Right. So Minister came in, hated, and I think he'd be happy to use that word, I use that word on his behalf, hated what he was seeing in terms of urban design and speed bumps going around the place. We are not allowed to fund them. So, right. That is. So if we have funded them in the past, that's because that was the direction of the previous government. New government comes in, says no, thank you. We're not allowed to put them in on the state highway. That's not allowed, and we're not allowed to fund them. So Christchurch City, for example, is I know still puts them in. They are self-funding those 100%. They are not.
So are we.
Yep, and that's your choice. They absolutely have. They have outcomes. They have
the word why.
Well,
okay, that's good.
I won't speak for your staff, but I am absolutely certain your staff will talk about safety outcomes and other outcomes. But to be clear, it is exactly the sort of thing that can change one government to another in terms of government policy statement. We were mandated to go for them last time round, and we are mandated to stay away from them now.
Yeah, I wasn't aware that it had changed. Okay.
No, very explicit language in the GPS over it.
Okay, cool. And the last one there, the twin lane at Burnham, and we're going single. I appreciate that. Do you have a date in your LTP for when that would go to twin lane?
No, it'll be about traffic triggers. It'll be about volume.
Those sorts of things.
Yep.
And so then you wouldn't be able to talk to the cost of doing it up first time versus doing it as a remedial afterwards, because it is another thing in Selwyn that, and I do appreciate the cost is fairly significant, but it's a huge headache on rework here.
Oh, sure.
And I'm not saying that's rework, that's an addition, but it's again just in 5 years they get another.
It won't surprise you that the sorts of conversations you end up in this district are very similar to the same conversations I have in Queenstown. Yeah, okay, it's fit for purpose, but fit for purpose for how long really matters. Yeah, and it will genuinely depend how fast the southern end of the district, the southeastern end of the district develops. How soon do groups like Carter's and others develop further down, how quickly do we see growth there, and what volume does that push onto that intersection? How soon does NZDF develop and grow at Burnham relative to, it's those sorts of things that will impact how long that survives as a one lane.
I'm just going to chuck in a cheeky personal question. The Milford Road, who got that contract?
We didn't touch it because that alliance with Downer on the Milford Road, which has been in place since the road went in, is truly impressive.
Yeah, no, just interested. Thank you.
Thanks. Elizabeth.
Burnham roundabout, so page 77. I love a little picture there. So obviously there'll be a few driveways. You'll be taking over a few houses and a few driveways.
Yeah, we own the property. It's an old satellite. We own all the property there now.
Yeah, so you own everything, including the gang pad.
Yep, it's not there anymore.
Ooh. Okay. Right. So I just wanted some confirmation. I went and looked up where the public submissions go for you guys, and is that through ECAN, did you say? Or
No,
are you separate?
for which? For speed?
What's the document you held up just before for Reese?
Government policy statement?
Right, okay. So you were talking...
Ministry of Transport.
But you were talking about we had an opportunity to do submissions before. Was that just for speed, was it?
It depends. Yeah, submissions for speed, in answer to the Mayor's question, yes, that's to us, because we run the consultation on state highway speed.
And it's currently open?
Oh, no, we just closed. Just closed.
Just closed.
5th of March, that closed.
Yep.
I think you're asking about the submissions on the GPS, so they'll come out with a draft GPS.
And that would be the ministry.
The latter part of this year that we can feed into and saying
Excellent.
what we do and don't like.
Yep, perfect. Page 64 is the activity funds, I think it's called. Hold a second, I'd just like to pull it up so I can see what I'm talking to.
I've turned off here, so I'm going to have to go off paper.
Yep, okay, so activity classes. So
Yes.
you've got a gazillion things up here. I just want to know, how many of those are relevant to us that we get to apply for funding from?
The most important activity classes from your point of view are the three, I don't have the slide up in front of me, but they're the local road improvements, local road pothole prevention and local road operations. You are also interested in public transport infrastructure because you build public transport infrastructure. The services are the actual, say, bus routes, but the bus stops, for example, that you build, they come out of public transport infrastructure. And walking and cycling is the other activity class that you're most interested in. But you have an interest in what we do with the state highway activity classes also, because clearly they operate in your district.
Yeah, okay. Fantastic, thank you.
So it's most of them.
So we talked before about public transport at 3.73 billion, rail networks 1 billion. We've just had GPC through this morning. You'd be familiar with
Cool.
GCP.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Mass rapid transport. Now, I asked him to give us an example of that internationally, and he said Brisbane. So I've had a little look at Brisbane.
Yep.
21k track costs $1.55 billion.
Yep.
Now, you don't have anywhere near that money if you combined rail and public transport together. So I'm just wondering how it looks to fund something like mass rapid transport for Christchurch only when your budget is severely lacking.
It's a really good question. Two answers, I think. First of all, if you're thinking about funding a project like that, and there are very similar sized, if not bigger, projects in Wellington and Auckland in the near term, if you're funding them through the traditional funding system, then yeah, those budgets have to change. Those numbers on that slide are from the current GPS, and the minister, when he wrote it, was very clear he didn't particularly see in the 3-year cycle that's paying for a desire to improve substantially public transport. So he dialed those investments right back, such that there isn't the money to do it. Right, that was quite a conscious choice. Look at the state highway activity class by way of alternate. That's got $7 billion in it. Quite happy to see more investment flowing into state highways at that time. Now, the current minister, Chris Bishop, is quite publicly on record as saying he's quite a fan of public transport. It will be very interesting to see what mixed choices he makes in terms of the funding allocations between those, because you're absolutely right. If you wanted to fund it through the system, you'll need to see that go up. The other alternative is actually doing it completely outside the system anyway. And as I said, the Rolleston project is an example of one actually totally outside the system. You know, the monies for the Rolleston project are just straight Crown appropriation, handed to us with the direction to do it. Yes, we manage it, but it doesn't go through this system at all. So that's just the Crown deciding it's got some money and wants to pay for it. And that's, you know, when you're talking large projects like that, that's very often the process that's followed.
Yeah. So I go to Wellington a wee bit, and I use the PT when I'm there.
Yep.
Preferably the train.
Yeah.
I did some. We were here maybe a year and a bit ago, and we had a link in through to the rail network user stats, and they were actually declining. Well, that was a year ago. They were declining. Do you have any indication as to why there would be less people using rail in Wellington? Maybe it was just a post-COVID thing, or is it because there were less people working in the inner city and more at-home work?
I think the broad story for Wellington is that is the case. Post-COVID, there was a COVID shock, dropped usage completely, and it either hasn't or it's taken a long time to recover. I think there is a slightly different story on the, I can't remember their names, but effectively the two main lines, the Hutt line or the line out the coast. They are recovering, but they are not
where
they were.
Interesting.
Yeah, and I think that is largely driven by work from home.
Working from home, yeah. Thank you.
Cool. Sarah.
Thank you. Hi. Just thinking a little bit about future strategy for your networks. You mentioned that the cost of emergencies are increasing dramatically, but without necessarily having any extra funding levers available to you. And, you know, comments around the 1 in 20-year events versus 1 in 10-year event policies. You know, locally for us, State Highway 75 in the last month was cut off with flooding and slips, etc. So, like, where does the strategy for improving resilience in our transport network come from? Does it sit within those activity classes? Is there sort of a big picture 2050 beyond?
There is actually, yeah. I can show you the link if you're actually interested. We did a piece of work a few years ago, only a few years ago, a big program business case on network resilience on the State Highway network. It has, if you like maps, it's got two maps, both current state then and a 2050 picture of risks on the State Highway network.
Yep.
There is a lot of red, particularly at the 2050 end, particularly in the South Island, but not exclusively. A lot of slips, a lot of flooding, a lot of, you know, the natural risks on the sort of geography and geology that we deal with in New Zealand. We use that piece of work to prioritise funding where and when we get it to address network resilience at their level. We don't have, again, bound by the GPS, we don't have a free hand to invest in resilience. It's only one of the things we're balancing state highway money here. And if you think about the state highway, actually the primary direction for the $7 billion that's allocated for state highways in this GPS is to make progress on roads of national significance. So that is the improvement on the network that the Minister has wanted to see, which means it is only smaller resilience projects. There has been funding outside of the system allocated by the Crown for small resilience projects around the network, and we've made really good progress on some of those, but they are quite small scale interventions, culvert upgrades, bridge replacements, those sorts of things. We have made progress in the last 3 years on 5 what we call resilience corridors. They're all in the South Island. Things like the road from Cromwell to Queenstown. Okay, the road from Queenstown through to Kingston. So actually both accesses to Queenstown are different resilience corridors because they are terribly unresilient. Yeah. The road through to Haast, State Highway 6 from Haast to Hawea is a deeply unresilient corridor. So Tākaka Hill is another one, right? We've done the work to understand what work we've done the work to understand what work we'd like to do.
Right.
That it puts us in the position to bid for and ask for the money for that next funding cycle. So look, the honest truth is all we're doing is chunking off the highest risk parts we can, getting money when we can. But in a country like New Zealand, there is no building our way out of that risk in total. Well, all we can do is lessen the impact at the top end, and then come back to your 75 example, actually acknowledge that road's pretty good most of the time.
Yep.
Sometimes events conspire in ways that have pretty important immediate impact. The question then is, okay, how do we respond? How do we build different kind of resilience into the system, because we're not likely to be able to build to the point where that can't happen. It's, okay, when it happens, what do we do about responding to it?
Yeah, sure. Okay, thank you. Other question is, where does innovation sit within what you're doing? Is the nation leading rubber road surface testing?
I didn't think I was going to be able to get out of here without rubber roads. Good on you.
Is that something of interest to NZTR?
It's actually of deep interest. We've got a staff member working in our office who's very involved and interested in that project, and is busy doing a similar piece of thinking and work on bitumen and how we can. So rubber, absolutely. We've got a rubber problem. I don't need to tell you guys that. We've got a rubber disposal issue. So yeah, we're really interested in what's going on here, and really interested in staying quite close to it, and we're doing our own work on it. What innovation we can play in and where is, again, largely dictated by the GPS. Sorry to be a broken record. In the past, we've had quite large resilience funds that councils have bid in for. Those things are not currently Crown policy, so we don't support those sorts of things. They may come again. That's where dialogue between yourselves and ministers is always useful if that's the sort of thing you're interested in. But nonetheless, within our sort of core operation, things like bitumen, we are always paying attention to sort of the nation's bitumen supplies, to innovation in that space, to what can be done, particularly from a value for money point of view. That's been a guiding principle within the GPS for quite some time, and I don't see it going away anytime soon. So as and where we can, we work it. We actually have a research centre based right next to the airport, which does road-based research all the time. It's pavement design, so we're in that space.
Yeah. Be great to be able to defer some of that pothole.
Wouldn't it be wonderful?
Elsewhere.
Sarah, it might be something that we'll, with the GPS coming up, that, we'll have some data by then and can advocate into the GPS and to the ministers.
Be great.
John.
Yeah, James, just a brief, if there is possible, constructive way forward for the parking on State Highway 73 at Sheffield.
It's a really good example of where the first step is being aware of the community desire. Great, you're doing that. And then trying, as much as I can be, to be opportunistic if the opportunity to do something about it arises. It's relatively small cost, but for an agency that is managing an enormous amount of money, actually we are very tightly screwed down in terms of what we can even find small amounts of money for. So it's not to say it's a no or it's a never, it's to say let's keep talking. I'm interested in continuing to talk to the community about what's possible, what's desired, what's needed. That allows us locally to have that ambition and desire captured and on our radar, and then if the opportunity arises where we can do something about it, we will. But that's about as good as we can go on something like that, which is a nice to do, not a need to do.
Thanks. Big Red.
Hey, James. Just with the overbridge down the road here, with the construction of it, it's only going to be single lane underneath, and there's provisions there for it to go wider in the future, correct?
Yep.
just want to make sure there's thought being put into it. We're just dealing with it with traffic lights down at Duns Crossing Road, where one upgrade's been done, and then a few years later we're lifting up lights and moving them backwards and stuff like that. Are we future-proofing that down there?
I am absolutely reassured we are, but I will turn to Sean to say that we are.
Yeah, so we're crossing the highway there in a single span, but that span's long enough to have 2 lanes each direction. So technically, we've got 1 lane, I think, inbound and 2 lanes outbound there with what we're doing at the moment. But the service road will split off, and then we're back to 1 lane each direction. Yeah.
And what's the cost difference? What would the cost difference be of doing it now versus in 5 years' time or 7 years' time?
I don't know, but the short answer is we're simply not funded to do that. It's not part of the project that we've been asked to do by the Crown.
Thank you.
Tracy.
When you talk about criteria and stuff for speed changes and things like that, if you are in a situation where a community request or whatever meets the criteria, but you've run out of money.
Yeah.
Yep. Is there a scenario where, having met the criteria, the decision can be made, but the community/council can pay for whatever it's going to cost?
I suspect the short answer is no, but I it's the sort of innovative question I'm happy to go away and push on. You know?
Cool.
Why not ask? I mean, you know.
Yeah, I mean, because you're saying yourself that some of the things, if for some, once they've met the criteria, if it's about the cost of the signs and the install of the signs and the traffic management.
It's actually not. It's more actually just the cost of doing the work to do the assessment.
Right.
There is quite a lot of work involved in justifying the change under the rule and confirming that you are in the legal position to be able to lower it.
Gotcha.
Does that make sense?
It does make sense.
So
I'm sorry to say.
Yes, you've got to do community consultation. You've got to do an assessment of the economic effects. You've got to run through a bunch of stage gates before you can go, okay, yes, you're allowed to lower the speed, tick. Signs are the relatively cheap part of it.
Yeah.
Sadly.
Yeah, it's the rest of it. But I guess that's the thing, is depending on the impact for the community, and that community could be Rolleston with 35,000 people, then that could still be a decision that comes back to a place like this to go, well, this is what it would cost to move it through these next stages. It hasn't been allocated. Have you got some money floating around in the Selwyn District Council Christmas bucket?
Council's got money floating around. Anyway.
Not only do we not have money, we don't have the Christmas bucket.
No, I know. But in all seriousness, I mean, we're just finishing the very first stage of consultations on this process. I don't think we actually really know the true cost of what it's like to do one of these. We'll get better at it and better understanding of that. At that point, we might be able to say, hey, look, we can't do it because we're resource constrained, but here's what it would cost. I could see that being feasible. I'm happy to go and poke.
Denise.
Hi, James. You've had a few emails from me about about the roundabout on the edge of Hornby with Mark Peters.
Yep.
Which did get fixed, so...
It did,
yeah,
yes,
thank
it did.
you. So some money was found in a bucket.
We, to put this nicely, we argue about it long enough that actually we just hit a normal maintenance cycle and the problem went away.
And
I'm not actually sure which it was.
Okay, so, yeah, okay. If we moan long enough, it will get fixed. We've got parking issues following John's comments on State Highway 75 in Taitapu, and and I know you say that, you know, there's a big process around it, but I just find it, I get quite frustrated with all the legislation, and that's obviously your job to do, and it's the minister's rules and what have you. But we've got $2 billion for state highway pothole prevention. We've got $3.4 billion for local pothole prevention. But we can't find money for a few signs to say don't park here and some painted lines to make it safer.
Honestly, to be honest with you, Taitapu wasn't on my radar. I'm happy for you to put it on my radar. I'm happy to go away and ask the question.
Okay, thank you. I will do that. Thank you.
Back to Sam.
Hi. This one's a little geeky. So with the change in fuel prices recently, to go from $2.66 per litre of 91 to $3.05, that's a difference of $10,950,000 in GST alone. You don't see any of that though, do you?
No, it goes straight to the consolidated fund.
But remember everybody, they can't offset the cost of gas.
So GST goes to consolidated fund, and to the extent that we are topped up by Crown appropriation or Crown loan, that's coming from a revenue source like that. But if you want the countervailing example, so the government did cut Fed and RUC fuel excise duty and road user charges during COVID, and that was a response to cost of living, but that created a very large revenue hole in the land transport system, and we are at the moment on course to see increases in fuel excise duty occur from next year. They are not yet legislated for. The Minister of Finance has made comment about that in the last week or so, but the absence of those programmed increases. I mean, I take your point about cost of living, and it's not for me to dismiss it, but the impact on the transport system for not having those revenue increases while costs are going up is we are actively going backwards in terms of purchasing power. So if you look at something like the Infrastructure Commission's National Infrastructure Plan, right, they do make the point that purchasing power in transport has gone back by 30% in the last 5 years. That's a combination of inflation cost in terms of the costs in the system, but also the amount of money flowing into the system at the same time. So we are buying 30% less than what we were 5 years ago.
It is ironic that the same people that profit the most from inflation are the ones that are tasked to protect us from it. But, yes. Thank you.
Cool. Well, thank you. James, your enthusiasm for transport. To sit here and talk for 1 hour 45, like, solid.
I could go longer. I mean,
And we know and we appreciate that. Your knowledge is incredible of the way everything works. So we really appreciate your insight and your partnership and your willingness to answer calls and emails.
You're welcome.
Is very much appreciated from us. I think could probably finish it off with, if you've got any co-funding that hasn't been used at the end of this financial year, we're pretty happy to take it. I quite like to make you smile, so...
Look, in all seriousness, because I know he's sitting here, and he's serious when he says he's working on it. Look, we are halfway through the funding cycle, rapidly moving towards year 3 of the 3-year cycle. This is the point in the cycle when flexibility matters. If you are agile, if you have available money, projects that we thought we were funding because others were in the queue ready to go, and for whatever reason the costs have escalated and they're not ready to go, that happens in the system, right? There is often the ability for us to be a little bit flexible on the margin in year 3. And so if you've got good transport team, you've got good officers, and you are ready to be flexible, then you never say never.
Yeah, we know. We'll be ready for you. So you can look forward to hearing from us in that space too. But thank you very much for coming along, and for your team for coming too. It's lovely to meet you all. And look, we look forward to
hosting you at an opening.
Yeah.
Openings are the best. Openings are better than sod turnings.
Do you reckon? We get some H-team out there for the sod turnings. But look, thanks team. That takes us to the end of today. So thank you very much.
Thank you.